This is
character.
amazing. So
basically,
I've got a couple of magic items that Shay crafts.
Yeah. Right.
and in every encounter we had, Shay just uses a bullet and kills all of them in one shot like Yondu. Done.
Good idea.
That's true. I mean, it is canonical that like the first encounter that you guys have with like some random peasant along the road, Shay is gonna kill. So it's makes sense.
There's a lot of shade for the first 5 minutes of us.
Well, keeping with our D&D tradition, we can't survive without our healer. Fucking too much health they heal every game.
Let me throw you guys a real quick recap as I fucking teleport everybody back to a cave. Hang on for a second. Where the fuck did I put the... Oh, you guys are on the world map.
Uh-huh.
Right, let me fucking just scroll through all the goddamn maps again real fast.
Apologies, I will have the recap out for the previous 2 weeks ago in the next couple of days.
Has nice webcam you link there. Well, it works. Even
There we
it's
go.
not the right color.
Also, no you won't.
Oh, the fire scepter too.
There we go. Now we're talking.
It's not the right color. Why isn't it the right color, Wild?
What's
Down
not?
at the bottom, your powers list 4 colors, and you have to delete them till there's only one color at the bottom of your text.
Oh. Which one do I delete?
You could look at your other powers and then...
Forgot which one.
I'm pretty sure every single one of my powers look like that. Oh wait, oh he moved us. Okay, where is Kyvius? There he is.
Hello.
Oh no, they don't look like that.
The red code should be the second one.
Posted
Red is
and
the second one. Okay, that's what I needed to know.
There you go.
Thank you.
I think it's green, red, white, and then blue. Is there a blue?
There's no blue.
Is it yellow?
There's a gold for item powers, yeah.
Okay, that's what was my other guess.
So last week, you guys had taken a few hours to kind of recuperate from the hectic experience that had taken you back to High Elm to procure not just one, but both of the items that were requested by the Prophet. A bullywug that only Shay seems to trust completely. However, your absolute trust does certainly extend to Javi, the former Archmage, who has informed you that the king, your staunch dwarven ally, Cassim Brannock, and his tiefling wife and former badass knight, Kiovasan Brannock, have all gone back to High Elm as well in order to kind of find the couple and their daughter, Leaf, some long-term shelter. And this all has the feeling of very temporary safety, where you know that not even High Helm's indestructible walls are going to be any match for the cause complex, surprising plans once the peace treaty ends. It's all a race against time at this point. And you have hunkered down in a cave while waiting for Erie's enchantment to end and for his golden wings to return to their kind of normal iridescence. Erie, you notice there's like a small dent in one of your wings that is not entirely comfortable. It's going to take you a couple days to kind of get that kink out. And then from there, you spent time talking over everything from ritual magic to your future plans, because it seems simple enough. Travel west on foot and on Zagglebite, of course, to the port cities. Take a ship across the Opal Trench and then across the desert to the locations the Prophet had clearly described. A hollow city, a valley of watchers, and a horned temple. And then through there, you'd be going through the so-called Stair of Penance across the Alobi Mountains, and to sort of see what waits for you on the other side. Before we get started, I want to ask you guys just a brief little question here before we start getting underway and somebody goes, yeah, no, we didn't actually get a plan last week. Excuse me, 1 second, dying.
Phoenix down! Go! He's allergic.
If the
to
GM
Phoenix
dies,
down.
does that mean we win the game?
Yeah, I think so.
No, the world ends though, right? Like if God dies, there is no world.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Joking on something, buddy?
I'm drinking vodka tonics made with Saskatoon syrup concentrate. And I got a full Saskatoon down the windpipe.
Oh, that's that fruit syrup you were talking about, right?
It's really good. I recommend it.
Are you sure?
I, like a civilized human being, am drinking a tall glass of iced coffee.
Fantastic. That sounds really good, actually. Rose, if you're listening to this on the stream, please go get me an iced coffee. Iced cappuccino, please.
No, drink it black.
Oh God, I can't do that. I'm a 7 sugar kind of guy. So, a couple quick questions for you guys. The first is that we talked a little bit about sometimes we're going to do those just little mini things where it's like a yes or no question, just for some additional flavor before the game. So, while I'm going to go ahead and pitch this question to you to give you a quick second to think about it, and then I'm going to do the second thing as well. So, the question I want to ask everybody this week is, if your character had to be somebody else in the party, if they had a fucking body switch, Freaky Friday scenario, and became somebody else and like was living their life and had their personality, who would your character choose to be? Shay, because Zekt is not here, I want to kind of just limit the options to sort of the 5 people that are currently present at the table. So kind of just keep Zekt's character as an option that's not applicable right now. And while you guys are pondering that as well, I also wanted to say that we are definitely going to head and have you guys just send me private messages on Discord after each game. Again, sort of let me know who the MVP was, who had the best quote, what you liked, what you didn't like, etc. So I can continue to do those things that piss you off in future games. And I will get back to awarding cards for you. If your character was somebody else in the party, whose life would they want? Does anybody want to go first?
I can.
Wow, that was super quick, and it worries me. Tell me.
It'd be war.
Why is that?
Pretty. He's the most hero-like. At least Morgane's vision of a hero.
That's
Oh.
totally fair.
Well, I feel like I have to fairly go next then because Warren's was Morgane. And as for reason, it's because Morgane, unlike many people, has figured out how to. He's dealing with stuff, but he's figured out a way to cut through a lot of the bullshit and just kind of chase something he's really found himself passionate about. And Warren kind of wishes he wouldn't get bogged down in the bureaucracy in his own head so much of the time.
See, okay, so I want to go after him then because that's exactly why Kyvius would want to be Warren. It'd be a toss-up between Warren and Eerie, but
Right.
valuing, like, Kyvius's value of knowledge and know-how makes edges out Warren in this regard, and Kyvius would, if he could trade places, it would be with Warren. For that reason. Eerie is a very close second, though.
That's really interesting. I can totally see that.
I would probably choose Eerie just because I'm stunned by the serious number of bag of tricks that are available.
You could do so much if you had the ability to fucking create something from nothing all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Erie would choose Morgane because he's someone who's strong on their own principles and stands up for what they believe in.
Yeah. It's good qualities.
Do you guys keep watch that night?
Morgane does.
That is true.
Kyvius did way too. He taught Shay. He attempted to learn from Javi. He passes the fuck out.
Warren
Sagar
would,
downs 2 Mickeys of whiskey and passes out.
Warren would hang out for whatever would be called the first shift with Morgane before eventually passing out.
Fair enough. You guys sleep until sort of like the break of dawn, and then for a couple of hours afterwards. And I imagine that Morgaine finally like makes his way, shambles his way back inside the cave to sort of let people know that like sun's high in the sky, it's time to fucking get going. And Javi, who did not sleep that night and spent most of the night taking the 3 beacon stones that he had given to sort of collectively the 3 of you, one to Kyvius, one to Zygar, and then one to Shay, I believe.
Yeah.
And just making sure that they are sort of as magically reinforced as is possible, making sure that the spell sort of contained within, which you guys know is sort of a more powerful version of the sending spell, is going to be sufficient for basically contacting anyone for about a minute back and forth across the entirety of the island. There's already like cracks that are forming in the one that Kyvius was holding, just from just because the materials that he has are so limited that these residium formed very fragile crystals can barely contain the magics within. He sort of gives it a very worried look before passing it back to each of you, and then sort of spending the rest of the night doing magics that are far beyond your canon, and are teaching everybody who wants to learn these couple of tricks and inspecting Shay's handiwork. And the following morning, when you all get up, and I imagine that Warren is one of the first people to wake up, he sort of gets prepared to wish you all farewell, and then he clears his voice and, Warren, I've been thinking. It occurs to me that since you had traveled to the Royal Crypt, I was trying to think of what would cause your questions last night, asking about the Howl and about geomancy, and it occurs to me that you must have, when you were in the Royal Crypt, you must have experienced sort of the riddle phrase that we use to sort of seal the lower levels. And I imagine that's what your questions were really about.
That's sort of where they came from, but I mean, yeah.
He nods at this and says, "It might be of interest to you then." And instead of me simply brushing you aside and saying that you'll understand someday, and know that I sincerely mean this just to ensure that you stay focused on the task at hand. I'm not attempting to deny anyone knowledge. Someday you and I will talk and I will explain everything to you, but not here, not in this cave, and not. But you should know that the quote, the ascension, was not the entirety of what he told us. It was simply the part that he fixated upon when he returned back from the cradle to the far north. The exact phrase that Yolas Ashtung III told us was that the purpose of the howl was, and I quote, the ascension of man to mantle and the preservation of a sundered soul. And he is always fixated on the most important part, the ascension, whatever that may mean. And to the rest of you, he says, as people start to like slowly get up, and Eerie is sort of flexing his right wing to try to get the cramp out a little bit, kind of trying to figure out what you've been dropped on when you were in your golden form. He says, I'm not going to wish you all a safe journey because the way ahead is not safe, but I wish you luck and the protection of the gods if you believe in that. All of our lives are in their hands now, and ours are in yours.
No pressure.
Little pressure, he says with a smile.
Should probably go before I start asking you questions about things like Valen and stuff.
Yes, probably, he says.
Probably good to get on the road early.
I'm itching to get moving, Can't.
Oh yeah, and because I forgot, in-sleep sound effect.
Oh,
You guys are all totally full health. You are all of your shit is completely reset. You are ready to fucking go. Where is your destination?
Before we go into that, may I ask a rules question?
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So I have a pair of +1 robes now.
This is true.
What? And I know that in 4E equipment has slots, right?
Sort of.
Sort of. So do these robes occupy an equipment slot?
Yes, you couldn't wear armor whilst also wearing the robes. You couldn't like double up on multiple pairs of robes. It takes your body slot.
So it takes. Oh, okay. So armor is not a. Oh, so it's not a. There is no body. It's just.
Yeah, it's technically armor.
Okay, so I couldn't wear the leather armor that I'm currently wearing and wear these robes.
Wouldn't the robe be like a back piece almost?
No.
They're like
Not in-
full body. Okay, so the robes are also +1 robes. Is that +1 to all of my defenses?
No,
It
it's
is
plus
it is
1 AC.
just your AC. Yeah, there are second items that are like rings and things of protection that will grant you bonuses to your secondary defenses, and there are some very unique items that will grant you bonuses to secondary defenses and AC. Some shields do that, for example.
So my AC is going to go down from putting on these robes.
Probably.
Probably would go down 1?
Yeah, it goes down 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? I look fabulous, and that's what's really important.
That's... Hey, they're attacking you, you're already in trouble anyway.
I mean, hey, you know, that's a good point. It's true. Okay.
That's something to fucking put on your goddamn tombstone. Is like
Yeah,
one
yeah.
AC is not gonna
Yeah.
hurt.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I really should have said that at the end of the session instead of the beginning of the session. But hey, I got my natural ones out of the way in the last session, right? Right, guys?
Well,
Right?
you've just invoked them again.
Oh, I pretty much did. And Zect isn't here, so listen, who's it gonna fall to? That was
I mean, I
Yes.
did almost kill our person in the in Kiamas's house. So
quite true.
Yes.
Okay,
You
so
you are unique, Benji, because warlocks are, or whatever class you are, mysteries, are the only class, the only casting class, other than like clerics, for example, that have any armor proficiency. Like wizards and sorcerers, and flat out do not.
oh, I
Druids.
see. Gotcha. So it's weird that I was wearing leather armor because most casters don't have that.
Yeah, it's an additional perk that you're now throwing away for loots.
It's true. Well, no, wait. I'm throwing away for loots and looks.
That's true.
Pizzazz.
It is fucking styling.
Okay. Great. That was my rules question. So I pack away the leather armor and blissfully put on my gorgeous new robe.
This is the one that has the symbol, kind of where the robe it attaches to your left hand shoulder, where there's like the clasp there, where it's the lotus of life and loss as the big giant clasp, like just above your heart. Does that bug you at all?
Yeah, absolutely. It bugs me. Are you kidding me? Like, it's probably a magic item, so I probably couldn't like unstitch it myself. But
You cannot.
I'd try and like adjust or like drape it in such a way that I didn't have to look at it as much as possible.
I imagine this is where if Zect was here, he would pipe up like, well, Shay could probably fix that for you. Pro tip, he can't. But like, it's
I mean,
like
you
he's
could
right
just
here
light it
with
on
me.
fire.
That's probably true.
Nothing like pyromancy in the morning.
For just a quick recap for you guys, there's basically two different ways. I mean, I believe that you guys have sort of reach your destination, which is what we've talked about. I guess there's technically three ways where you guys can fucking blow all your Residium and hop on Zagglebite and just like fly to the port and be there in no fucking time flat. That's totally an option. But instead of blowing all of your Residium, the other alternative would be if you wanted to stay along the coastline. There is a small little city, sort of city halfway there, and it's a much, I shouldn't say much, but it's a little bit slower, just because of the passageways there are a lot more windy. It's not a straight shot, basically, and traveling across sand and so forth is a much slower go than if you were to make your way across the archways, which is significantly more dangerous, but a little bit faster. And it's kind of the
Could we
more
see the
commonly,
map while you're talking about this?
I guess.
Oh, okay.
Take us back to the thing you took us off of.
Well, yeah, well, it was just I'm so bad spatially. Like I like my brain starts to spin. Because
Yeah, for sure.
I think we all yesterday pretty much, and yeah, Kyvius is just hanging out on the world map. I think yesterday we pretty much all felt the same way about just hopping on Zagglebite, right? Like we didn't like that idea. Because
I think it's a genuine waste of all you resources right now.
Yeah, we don't have that many resources to begin with. So like I think the general consensus was that was not Plus, if we needed like to escape from somewhere or something, that effectively cuts off an avenue for us.
Somebody also mentioned that, like, what if you guys get to Epitaph and there's no ship that you can take there across the Opal Trench without, like, cutting a deal with some fucking scumbag pirate or something?
Yeah.
And they're like, cool, we'll just hop on Zagobite and say, fuck you to your plot hook steal and fly past. And that makes perfect sense. The other thing is that if you were to go to High Helm, if you wanted to spend some money first in High Helm, you could do that. And then they would basically require you to sort of travel through the archways, which again is faster, but potentially more dangerous.
My
I
understanding,
believe that.
and what was it also mentioned last session, Steel, that High Helm is kind of our last big shopping opportunity if there was something that we needed, or was that Irongast?
There's basically like those three big major towns. All the stuff in Iron Gas tends to be it's more assembly line, if that makes sense, where like the Mages Guild is there, or the closest equivalent to a Mages Guild is there. But magical items is all really behind a lot of red tape.
Oh, sure.
Whereas High Helm is a lot. I mean, you guys know that there's, for example, there was a place where you can go in High Helm to like stop at some stables and get some mounts if you wanted to do that. Or there was, that there's a place in the sewers where there's like an underground, like magic ritual casting, like bookstore plus magic item pawn shop.
Right, in the sewers.
Right, run by somebody named Old Beulah, who actually was mentioned in the very first session when you guys were kids. And then in Epitaph, fucking who knows what money is going to do for you there, and you're more likely to get scammed out of shit and deal with like cursed magic items and get fucking played by con artists and shit than anywhere else.
Unless you're traveling with famous hunters.
I think it like increases the odds, honestly.
Yeah.
Famous what, sorry?
Hunters.
Oh.
Monster hunters.
Famous monster hunters,
Yeah, no, I think you're more likely to basically have people see if they can fuck with you when Warren and Erie are with you than as strangers.
The low profile thing's gonna be hard.
Kyvius's preference is to move through High Helm only because Jovi told us about the books, and obviously the more information we have, the better equipped we are to undertake our mission. But that's just my opinion.
High Helm is a home to me, and I think that as much as I loathe having to explain my background to you once we're there, I think it's probably a better idea.
It's a good place also if we got an opportunity to go by the that one place. The museum.
Oh,
Also true.
God, if we had some time, yes, I would love to do a little bit of examination there.
I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of all of our what's a good word for it? The gold that's not gold yet. The trinkets and things. I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of all of that.
Oh, that's
gold.
right. We've got some fencing to do, don't we?
I think we should be careful about the borrowed gold, though.
Yeah.
It's very recognizable from the casino.
Is it stamped? Is the bar of gold stamped, Steel?
It is noticeably not.
So it's just a solid bar of gold, no discernible markings.
I believe I really stated on the thing that it was or was not.
Oh, okay.
Ingot
sorry.
of gold, but lacking any stamp or indication of the royal crest.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, wow. That's...
Most currency bears the motto of High Helm. We are the gods of Gina, and it is conspicuous that this one does not. I think that alone could also draw suspicion, the fact that it does not have an insignia on it.
I agree with you on that too. That could be just as dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we should smelt it or melt it ourselves.
Is anybody proficient at that though?
One bookkeeping thing, because the jewels and stuff, are we fine with trying to like the assorted jewels that both Kyvius and Shay or Saigar, I forget who picked up the assorted.
Saigar and
are we fine with fencing those? Like, do you think we will bump into any problem with just assorted jewels like that?
Don't know.
I know people.
I think selling jewels should be fine.
Okay.
Well, regardless, I know people. We should be okay.
We should try, because someone Zek messaged me out again, like, how much gold did we get after the crest? I'm like, okay, and then I figured out all the gold divisions. So maybe we should try, so I'm not a liar, and be like, sorry, Zek, you didn't have any of that.
Yeah, I'm trusting you guys to keep track of stuff for me.
So
Yeah.
I don't have any jewels in my inventory.
No, because you just sent it all off to Common Stash. I have it in our
Right.
So we had in the vault. It was both Saigar and Kyvius picked up gold necklace and rings, just assorted items that were each pile that they picked up was 250, so 500 gold. If we are able to fence that, not including the bar of gold, it will be 83 gold per person.
Cool.
So I'm not
So
sure
we
why I
are
have a
not that
beacon
rich.
glyph.
83 gold is a lot.
Is it a lot for you?
No.
Not like
It's
if you
not.
like. I'm saying like not like adventure a lot, but like the common person. Holy fuck, we're rich.
Yeah,
So-
but when I want to buy like my +5 magic wand,
Oh no.
exactly.
Fuck no. It's all relative, right?
So, is there no disagreements in with going through High Helm on our way?
It sounds like everybody wants to go through High Helm. Is that correct?
Yeah, but if I see wanted posters, we're leaving.
That's a good point. That could happen.
I've got a little trick I can pull now in the event, so I could do a little scouting ahead and not be in really much danger.
You've got another trick added to all the tricks you already
Well,
could do.
yeah, a bit. Yeah. Well, okay, so this one isn't quite so handy in combat. I suppose it could be, but then I'd kind of be putting you guys in a pinch. I can, it turns out, you know how I thought that cloak, that shroud that, what's her name was wearing, that we just decimated, but did not kill.
Cortex.
No.
Yeah, you know me in names. So I really liked Cloak. I loved it, and so I took it because I thought it looked really good on me. And look at me, I look amazing. But it turns out I was doing a little examination, and and it turns out it's magical. All right. So
That's good.
yeah, it's a little softer than my leathers that I was wearing, so protect me. But what I can do is, and I'm not going to do it now because I think I can only do it once a day. But what I can do is I can make people forget about me.
Oh, like, um, for for in
So like, I can, they like I can pull the shroud up over my head, and people that have seen me can't remember what I look like or my mannerisms.
Is it
Or
just for folks who are from who get a fleeting glimpse of you, and not like people who actually know you? Then
um, it's I think it's everyone. I
so
can
you could potentially use it on us.
I could potentially use it on you, but I can also choose to, when I use it, I can choose to have people not affected by it. So like if we're in a crowd and I've got to fade away, you all could still see me if I pull the cloak over my head. But the person who needs to forget that I was ever there would. I mean, I don't think they'd forget I was ever there, but they wouldn't be able to like remember me.
so it's like you know how sometimes when you're thinking real hard of like what you thought you saw, it replaces your memories with you become someone else in their mind. That's pretty good.
I think so. I think that's kind of how it works.
And that's pretty useful.
We'll probably have to
actually.
test it out to see, but the thing is, I can give it a little boost, but I've got a feeling giving it a little boost that there's repercussions that we'll only want to use that unless we really have to.
I understand that. My shield's the most useful when I almost die, so you know.
I just don't want to make you all forget about me forever, on accident.
That's fair. You know, nobody wants to be a gnome. It's terrible fate, Em.
Yep. Wait. What's a gnome? Kidding.
I think
Totally
one
kidding.
just died because of that.
Yeah.
So we're heading up towards Ihelm. I don't know how long that's gonna take. I guess we could fly.
Let's save the money.
Yeah, let's listen. We've just got to burn off some calories. We could just walk it.
Sure.
We are not rich yet, as much as we'd like to be.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Is this the archways?
Yeah, this is just sort of a hint to them off in the distance. But yeah, you guys set off. Javi sort of bids you all a very sincere farewell, and you can see that there are, like, for the very first time, like, worried lines in his face, and for the very first time, he seems like a very, very old man, even though it's only been like 10 years since was the spry, although albeit white-haired young archmage who taught you guys all how to summon a phoenix in the middle of the busy city street. And you guys set off and start making your way north. And for quite some time, it's just trudging through the Ka. It's for about 7 or 8 hours of very little actual, I imagine, discussion other than to talk about the prophet and sort of what the plans are going to be. Your way is lit by these these braziers that are empty, where there's no flame that burns on the tip of any of them. And then shortly thereafter, as the sand begins to sort of like fade over time, and it's like walking through a salt flat, where it's not like an instantaneous just hard line, but as like rolling dunes kind of shift over to being more traditional grass fields. The braziers are lit, and they are each burning eternally with a continual flame spell that it like sits at the top of each of them, where you can see that the road that you've been walking is actually a highway built here in the Orderlands, that has sort of just been overtaken by sand. And you guys move past a group of gravediggers. There's probably about 20 or 30 of them that are out in a place that is called the Etched Plains, where they are all basically not only burying people out in this massive graveyard outside of the city, but also after the ground is sort of covered up, there's about a half dozen bonds mages with them as well, who are using Residia magic to permanently etch the names of the people who have fallen in the service of Highhelm in these grounds. And as the sort of the late afternoon light catches it just right, you can see that these gleaming handwritten names stretch on for miles. And you can feel a bit of a chill in the air, as we've talked about a little bit. It's only about a week before the coldest day of the year in the winter solstice. So you can kind of clearly make out the individual drops of moisture that sort of drift down from the low hanging branches as you become, in the more forested areas outside of Highhelm. And they fall so slowly that it's almost like they're suspended for a long time. And you walk until the city of Dawnbury is nothing more than a distant shape. I imagine you rest at some point in time, realizing it's the first day of many. Yes, Rosie? Oh, damn, she brought me an ice cap and some Timbits! Hell to the yeah! Yeah, they're like donuts.
They're donut holes, basically, and they are far superior to anything you have in the United States.
Are they from Tim Hortons?
Yes, and they're fucking great. Oh my god, hang on.
I thought everything that came from Tim Hortons was shit now.
Still better than anything you guys serve at Dunkin', alright?
Mm-hmm. First off, if you're going to never mind. You know what? I'm not going there. We're in the middle of a session.
I'm trying to goad you into this anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hang on.
Don't worry, we'll talk about
Yeah, give me a second. Oh my god, it's so good.
Whoops.
I'm almost done.
You're good.
Okay. I imagine that this is the very first time that you recognize that you don't really have any rations along the trip. How do you guys handle this?
I'm good.
Yeah. No, I know.
I think Kybius is used to being a little hungry, so he would go kind of longer without complaining about it. But then I think eventually he
2.5 days is rough.
Yeah, well, is that how far along we are? I think then we'd start trying to look into maybe trying some hunting.
These are pretty these are pretty hunted out lands right around like outside of High Helm immediately. So there is certainly that feeling where you guys realize the last time you actually ate properly was back when you were in an old man's house, Moonlight, Clockwork Moon. I'm sorry.
Well, but programming note, that's not true because Shay had plenty of food at the casino.
That's true.
Yeah.
Shay's fine.
And
yeah.
so I think, so I think eventually we'd all start looking at Erie a little hungrily.
Yeah, there's a moment where like Shay excuses herself and comes back to announce how glittery her droppings were, and then everybody else is very uncomfortable.
This is where I reveal I have elven bread that we have one bite, then we suddenly are fed for the rest of the week.
Ooh, lembas bread. That's a good one. Yeah, you should have had that.
I really don't have it.
No, this is just. I mean,
Shay grabbed the fruit, but I'm not sure if she's sharing.
I have some rotten fruit still.
You have the
You also
mushroom.
have the mushrooms. Yep, that's true. I have mentioned though they've probably fucking gone off.
no.
Oh yes, no, that was it was definitely mentioned that the mushrooms have gone off.
Yeah, like they're still edible probably, but like I recommend it less.
There's
I don't
mushrooms
think
growing
I
off of this
recommend it
mushroom.
at any point in time. I mean, we could cook the rotten fruit and eat it.
True.
Ugh. Although, if we keep it rotten long enough, it could become wine.
Is there a? I don't know that much about fourth. Is there a skill that you could like search for? Is there a look for rations?
There is a survival check, and it's fucking
Nature.
borderline impossible. Yeah, nature, thank you. And it's borderline impossible to do here when literally the fucking world is starving.
Yeah, no, I figured.
What would be the requirement?
DC 24.
Oof, that's a big one.
I mean, I could try rolling if you don't mind.
Not at all. I want to have you describe it for me first, but then by all means.
Sure. I mean, Saigar does have, having lived on his own for quite a while, he does have the ability to seek out, forage, and generally prepare a meal from what you might consider to be nothing, just to be able to survive.
So you're not really hunting so much as you are coming back with things like moss that to be edible, skimmed from the top of a nearby pond,
Right,
and
grubs,
like certain
moss,
types
that
of
kind
edible
stuff, yeah.
bark. Yeah, mushed up maggots. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, okay. I would call that difficulty 23 then, but yeah, you could certainly roll that.
Well.
Oh God, fucking all right.
Wow.
First of all, I'm not gonna fucking make you roll that. Well, fucking, what did you get?
17.
Jesus, we're not gonna talk about fucking food for the little while here. No, you actually come back with enough to like, as long as people don't have easily curdled stomachs, with sort of the equivalent of what to be poisonous frogs that you just sort of slit open and remove their livers. That these are edible, and like again, as mentioned, like there's a couple of big grubs that are still writhing and moving around. They have like little proboscis style mouths that open and close as if gasping for air.
Aha, you forget that I am a foodie and I do carry some herbs around with me, and I do find a way to make this quite palatable for the rest of the group.
Oh, sure, yeah. You put some salt on that grub and it like shrivels up like a big slug, where like its mouth still opens and closes, but now it looks like this big, disgusting anorexic.
No.
Like,
See, I know how to make it look. I know how to cook it and make it taste edible and palatable.
No, it tastes great. I'm just saying what it looks like.
No. I even know how to make it look better.
You're like, yeah. We're approaching Erie levels of magic.
No, I'm a foodie. Listen, I know my food. I know what tastes good and what does not taste good.
What? All right, no, fine. I will stand by it on a roll of 25 in that insistence. I'm not going to argue with it. Absolutely. I'm just saying, for those of people who have a weak stomach in the group, they're like, "Hey, that looks good. What is that?" And you're like, "Oh, grub liver." And they're like, "Yeah, no, that's what it smells."
All right, it tastes like chicken.
For sure. But that's what you come back with. And I assume that everybody eats to be full.
I was just gonna try eating grass again. It worked a couple times,
Listen,
but
listen, Warren. Trust me. These slugs are very good.
I mean, I said was, but this is more food. I can't taste it, so as long as it don't kill me.
Do you just absorb it through your arm?
No, I, I mean, I eat it, but like I mentioned before, I can't taste. Very unpleasant to only have texture and not, flavor.
Cool. And with that, you guys have managed to have like enough to find out and kind of get you going. I imagine that this meal sort of takes place next to a place that some of you have known about that exists, which is called the Firefall, where this is a place that a lot of mages, especially those who work in the Placidium, which is kind of like the Mages Guild in Port Ironghast, sort of refer to as like, see, this is why you do not fuck with geomancy, because of this. And it's this sort of geological phenomenon that's been that has basically undergone what they refer to as kind of moxia burn, magic burn, where it is no longer the water that it once was cascading down over like the sheer cliff nearby and kind of pours into a nearby lake. But now it is just this constant plume of fire that has started to escape from a lone lava tube and is cascading down instead of up, essentially, where it is creating this basically lava and flame volcano that now flows out of the river and has kind of created this obsidian hot bridge that like stone bridges have been built over top of, where it's just this constant ever flowing stream of flame. And a lot of people have speculated that there's probably something special hidden behind it, but in reality, mostly it's just the charred remains of people who thought there might be something hidden behind it. And as you sort of pass this this little bit of scenery, you can see that there are large portions of the mountains that are kind of behind it that have been removed as if by like a giant bite, reminding you once again of the massive ageless creatures that roam this land and how they've mostly been contained to sort of the central islands.
But they ate the mountains?
Yeah, just a big old bite out of the top.
They are like 60, 80 feet, some bigger.
It's been a couple of 100 years since one that has been like this immense size has been spotted anywhere, and the people in Epitaph hope to keep it that way.
No.
You guys know that you're going to arrive back in High Helm sort of I would say about, early the following morning. So I imagine at some point in time you guys camp for the night. And what I want to do when you guys are on the road is I want each of you to sort of just tell me something that you guys do or talk about during the trip on the road. And then I'll just sort of cover again some of like the basic little things that you see and things that you experience as you're going. I also wanted to say that, very quickly that night, Saigar, a small, you know them to be called Scaffa. They're like small little flying squirrel type creatures, very mischievous. They kind of like are rabbit sized. And one of them approaches you and he's very clearly this sort of like, again, large rodent-sized creature appears to sort of just be starving with a dozen small little baby scalpa behind it, and sort of like look up at you with a look of like sincere longing as you are sitting there munching into your delectable meals.
Why did you signal me out of curiosity?
Well, because that's the one the scaffa approached. It was you.
I see. Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, friends, I think we're quite full. I think, given the overarching starvation, I think I will give the rest of my meal to this creature.
You're the one that found the food. Sort of up to you what you decide to do with it.
So I believe at this point we're all eating at your leisure.
Sort of amazed you even found this stuff.
That's a nice thing to do, Saigar.
Well, we can see that the wildlife and fauna have definitely diminished and decreased. The least we can do is keep it going.
And you go over to like hand it to the creature. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Do I need to roll anything?
You will in a second, yeah. As soon as you do, the 12 of the smaller ones that were sort of waiting behind, like as soon as you extend your hand, they in a very practiced motion, and Morgaine realizes that like, oh shit, it's a trap the second this happens. Where these very tiny little, again, like squirrel-sized creatures sort of leap towards you and just start rummaging through pockets and just trying to pull anything they can. You watch as like 4 or 5 of them burst out of your sort of right pocket with the shard of transposition in hand. One of them tugs desperately at your ring signet, doesn't get it off your finger, of course. And like they just like leap onto your shoulders, onto your back, and start scuttling around, grabbing anything they possibly can that's not tied down. Can you go ahead and give me fucking, I don't know what check this would be?
Acrobatics?
That'll work. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Acrobatics actually makes a lot of sense.
Because you are so aware and you had some forewarning, it's only difficulty 14.
Only.
With your score, that's not a high marker.
Yeah, no, you managed to toss these things off and grab and move, and you quickly bust a move and just sort of brush these things off of you, and then like with a chitter of laughter, they managed to kind of grab like little bits of food and just race back off into the
Did I lose a shard of transposition?
You lose nothing.
Okay. Well,
just fucking take back off into the night.
I regret nothing.
You just get jumped on by little squirrels.
I did.
I can't.
What else? Go ahead.
Those guys are more organized than most bandits. That was all.
What else do you guys do during the day when you're walking?
I would like to bring something up. I would like to ask about what happened to that little pixie that we saved.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Oh, because he wouldn't know. Yeah. Oh.
Well, we think that he's in a better place now. Hopefully.
we put him on a nice farm.
No,
Yeah.
according to Jalvi, the way the magic works, it wasn't able to transport him with us. So when we appeared, with him, the pixie didn't come with us.
Unfortunately, I think he's in the vault still.
Yeah.
So it looks bad for him, I'd assume. But not hopeless?
I mean, I don't know if Gaspar would treat. We don't know what Gaspar's reaction would be, given the fact that we destroyed his vault and stole a bunch of things from it, and pretty much destroyed his casino. And if he's opened his vault and saw that pixie inside, we can only hope that he had some mercy left in him.
The pixie, he's more likely to be sort of a cast-off bystander. At best, they might have fixed him up a little bit in hopes that he was a witness of some sort, but I don't know. I should have. I was so excited that we made so much progress and figured things out, and I didn't really. I just thought for sure he'd come with us. If I had spent some time thinking about it, I probably would have realized that wasn't the case. So I don't know.
Well, there's nothing we can really do about it now. Just hope that it works out for him. And Ariel just kind of solemnly just keep going along the path.
Fair enough.
I think the only thing that we already kind of Saigar basically asked us to trust him and to not. He didn't want to talk about some of the things that we had learned. So as badly as Kyvius would want to bring that up, he would
not yet.
He would keep his mouth shut. I think the only thing that Kyvius would want to talk about is I think he'd end up kind of while they were walking along, begin riffing with Warren about what about like, and maybe doing a little bit of remembrance about that little imagination encounter in the opera house. You know, what do we think that could be? Do we think that even 10 years later there'd be anything to discover there? You know, like all of the imagery that you remember. Maybe asking him like, what are all of the things that you remember, so I can, maybe cross some things off my list, or maybe cross-reference some things in the future. But like, he's super interested in that just because it has to do with the whole kind of visions of the future thing.
Especially after dwelling on the pixie for a bit, Warren's pretty happy to talk about that. Pretty much, as long as you want to keep going. I think him and Kyvia share a little bit of that like enjoyment of bouncing knowledge back and forth.
Yeah.
So yeah, he fucking, and he talks about how like the supposedly that fake creatures are, like known as maestros, and there's supposedly a lot of them, and other things like that. And just kind of talks. If there's anything specific you wanted to bring up.
No, nothing from my end. It was just Steele had said, "What are things you talk about?" And that would definitely be something that I think that we talk about. But I don't. But details, I don't want to like cordon off into like a character discussion in the middle of this. Yeah, you know how it goes.
Fair enough. That night, I also want you guys to do really quickly, sort of just describe in just overview terms what your encampment actually looks like for me. Is it just sleeping on the hard ground again, or is it basically Saigar taking care of stuff?
I mean, we didn't have any supplies for travel, right? So I
Nope.
guess we pull up the ground. Like, I think that's one of the things that we kind of sort of have to secure once we get to High Helm. So, like, hey, I've got a cloak. I wrap it around me and turn into a burrito.
Not to be the person who pulls out a bag of tricks constantly, but I do travel a lot in the countryside. Would I be able to construct very rudimentary, dwelling, for lack of a better word, with like sticks and whatnot available?
Honestly, that's really why I had asked. I had certainly imagined that, like, I don't know if Saigar necessarily is sort of prepared to handle basically everyone, but yeah, for sure. In this case, I'm going to ask you for a dungeoneering check, though. It's going to be difficulty 21 to be able to do everybody, or just like difficulty 13 to kind of do a couple of people really comfortably. Dungeoneering, basically, because you are not only just getting materials from the natural world, which I know you're fucking great at, but also being able to sort of like supply yourself. Fucking okay. Yeah, no, it's not incredible, but certainly a lean-to for like the people, 2 or 3 people of the group who are the least comfortable would be able to get like shelter. I imagine Eerie as well can kind of fit wherever the heck he wants. And it would really just be like maybe 2 people that are out under the stars at night.
I would imagine, I mean, don't let me not speak for you, Margane, but I'd imagine that you're not too concerned about the
No, I'm good.
comfort and luxury.
Yeah.
I'm sure Eerie could sit in Warren's coat or something.
Can I just make a little tiny tent for myself?
Yeah.
Or better, can I make a palace?
Little tiny.
A little mini palace?
No, I'll just do a tent.
That's probably for the best.
Palace is a bit much.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. Fair enough. So that night, you guys hear, like you're close enough to High Helm that you can hear people like a couple chatting and laughing as they kind of stroll off in the night. And the roads here are mostly safe, even if the mosquitoes, get pretty bad during the night. And you can hear wolves howling off in the distance, but they get progressively further away. The following morning, I'd like everybody to go ahead and just give me a fucking straight up D20 roll. No other modifiers on it at all.
Alrighty.
That is a lot of wow.
Oh, what the fuck? There's your nat 1 there.
Told ya. Zek's not here, so someone's got to carry that torch.
Obvious. The following morning, you find that a bunch of the Scaffa wound spending the night sleeping in your clothes. And when you put your shoes on in the morning, you discover there's small little black pellets of poop that have been left left behind in your brand new robes and in your shoes when you shoo him.
You want me to eat one of them for you?
No, I don't want to see that either. Someone just find me a lake or something to wash in. God in heaven, this is disgusting. Please get me to an inn as quickly as possible.
When you guys continue to make your way sort of back towards High Helm, what is sort of the general plan for entry? Are you going in sort of through the main gates, or are you kind of going through one of the side entrances, or are you trying to find a way directly into sewers? What's kind of the overall plan?
I think, okay, so that's a good question, because so we were just here and we probably became a little infamous, but I don't know, but I think it's kind of safe to assume that they had to kind of sort of keep it under wraps because they wouldn't want to overtly show that, the car was running this casino, right? That's not exactly the best advertising, no? Yes,
right.
No? What do you think, Warren? I don't think we have to be totally stealthy, but I think traipsing through the front gates is where the most people are going to see us, and probably information will get back to interested parties. So I think keeping a low profile...
That may not be a good idea. I think keeping a low profile helps a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we should keep a low profile. Maybe find a side entrance, or see if we can bribe a guard to get in more undisturbed and potentially more unnoticed. Is there like a sally port or something? Like a side entrance to High Helm?
There is. So there's nowhere in the city that is basically where the wall does not guard.
Right.
But having been in here previously, you certainly are aware that there are some entrances with much less in terms of like the actual guard presence than before. None of the granite guards with their huge hulking like 10-foot suits of like stone plate armor that are kind of the king's personal guards. And those of you who have been here before, certainly know that there are some entrances where you're able to kind of get in a little bit more freely than others. And making your way past, there's very clear preparations for war everywhere. Even in just the last kind of year and a half, it's very clear that a lot of the forest around High Helm has been like clear cut to produce archer towers and things like that, and lookout spots. And you can see that along the wall, the number of soldiers has probably doubled from when it was before. They're not like on high alert. They're just getting people practicing for when it's going to be non-stop preparation, paranoia for attack 24/7, basically like a couple of weeks before the day the peace treaty ends between them and the Koth. And it's very clear that on the southern sort of edge that you guys are coming into, where it's heavier than ever, it's very clear that they are, High Helm, perhaps erroneously is predicting a sort of a frontal assault upon their walls. And whether that is kind of to keep up morale of the people living in it and keep the militia believing that they can win and fight back against a frontal assault, or whether it is purely optimism on in regards to the people who are in charge of this, that you now know is General Fandon, who had worked with the COP previously to see you guys all be basically child captives as part of some greater plan that you guys don't fully understand yet. It's very clear that the city is sort of under more lock and key than ever before, but the guards here don't really stop you as you make your way into the city. Just a quick once over, a long look specifically at Morgaine before sort of just letting it slide. And where do you guys go?
So could I'm sorry, I just read this in a different way, and I want to.
Yeah.
So I kind of sort of have a rules question. So it seems like my shroud, it doesn't make people forget about that they've already seen me. It seems that when I use it, they can't necessarily remember me or remember their interactions while I'm using it. Is that correct?
That is completely correct.
Okay.
It is essentially, when you guys were perceiving it when you were in the casino, it was essentially a cloak of invisibility, as you can kind of see by that daily action, where unless you are attempting to perceive the target at all, you have to make an insight check. Otherwise, you're just a face in the crowd, and any interactions they have with you are just gone. Gotcha. It is like having just a constant aura of forgetfulness around yourself.
Gotcha. Like a perception filter from Doctor Who.
Exactly like that. I've never seen Doctor Who.
That's why whenever we were in the casino and people were described as looking up at nothing, they weren't actually. Our characters just couldn't perceive that she was really there.
Because we didn't know
Well,
she was
gotcha.
there.
Well, sort of. You could, but
You couldn't really remember.
but I
We didn't
couldn't
know to
tell
look for
you.
her.
Yeah.
But okay, so
Yeah.
last question now before we move forward. Does the failure of the saving throw, does that only happen when I do the super, the boosting part, the Oblivion Spirit daily standard action, or does that happen if I just use the cloak at all?
No, it is specifically as part of that action.
Gotcha. Okay, great. So we approach the gate, and I'm gonna pull up that hood, but I'm gonna specifically exclude my companions from from the ability.
Perfect. I'm kind of operating the assumption that most of the time
That's
this is going to be the case unless
yeah,
you tell me otherwise.
That's actually a good idea. We might as well. Yeah, that makes sense.
Where most of the time you guys watch as like the eyes of the guards will they will try to remember your faces, and then very clearly they'll they'll move their gaze onto Kyvius and then pass as though there's nothing of note there to see.
Okay, so we got like 3 choices. You know, I'll talk in K. We can either try to get rid of the things we want to sell. We can go to the stables to see if there's a creature we want to get, or we can go towards the sewers. And then before we leave, the last thing we should probably do is a museum.
If there's time,
I don't know.
Why would we go to the sewers?
So the sewers contain a magic shop with books
Right.
and information. So that
That
could be
Javi
useful.
told us
But
about, yes.
the other thing we want to do, Warren, we need to get some travel supplies because nothing wrong with Saigar's cooking, but I needed a little, protein, that kind of, some dried jerky or something would have been nice.
Just so we're aware, though, it might not be an easy thing to get a hold of. Starvation is sort of the name of the game these days.
Oh, it's going to cost us an absolute fortune, I believe.
If,
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you'd be more likely to be able to get things that help you find food for yourself. But I don't know.
What do you mean something that can help you find food? What would something like that be?
I go like I'm gonna speak, and then I kind of stop. No, we're not on Epitaph. I'm sort of out of my element here, if I'm being honest. I don't know how...
We could go to the old man first. That might be a good idea. My sword and shield's there, right, at the very least.
Oh, we should definitely retrieve that, yes.
That would
Also,
be
he might
and
be
to
able tell
punctuate,
us...
like...
Oh, sorry.
Morgaine, to sort of punctuate that, Morgaine, still has his shoulder really fucked up, and the little sparks sort of, flying across my feet. I think I need to go see a repair place at some point today.
Do you think the old man could help with that?
I don't know. There's usually some Warforged shop somewhere. Doesn't have to be good.
Well, maybe... Excuse me. God. Sorry, it's a long journey. Maybe we should start with the old man. Because he could tell us, if it's possible to find supplies, travel supplies, he might be able to give us directions to old Beulah's shop. Did the shop have a name, or was it just old Beulah's shop?
It was called the Subtext Bookstore and Magic Emporium.
Subtext Bookstore and Magic Emporium. Maybe he could tell us the best way to get there. And then securing an animal. What's the story, by the way, on animals? Are we in 5e, I'd make everyone make an animal handling check if they were going to efficiently ride a horse. Is there do you have to be trained in anything to?
Most animals, the answer is no.
Sweet.
The ones that we have in mind, the answer is probably yes.
Oh, really? Why? What do you have in mind?
Do you remember what Javi told us?
Oh, about the yes. Oh, yes. That sounded so fun, though.
It does. It was just sort of nightmares.
It seems to me, though, that if we're looking for information, the Old Man is a really great place to start, isn't it? And then it takes care of what Morgaine needs.
Might as well. He's also got himself sectioned off, so it's sort of the least suspicious thing we could do, I suppose.
Would you be comfortable with me potentially acquiring some food and using my connections?
No.
Does it involve murdering anyone?
No.
Then no problem.
We would deal with some shady folks.
We're shady folks.
Yeah, well, we're kind of sort of shady right now. So
That'd be all right.
I mean, I don't see a problem with that. And we're not going to stay here long. We've got a couple of things to accomplish, and we've got to get moving on. So, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Just be careful about going off, by yourself.
Are we splitting up?
I prefer that we didn't. Just to make, again, the last time we were in this city, we caused a little ruckus with some powerful people. Managing to stay together might ensure each other's safety.
I think so.
I
don't know what you're talking about. I didn't need Morgaine's help last time at all, and I gave Morgaine a bit of a smirk.
Swing by the Old Man's place first. Though.
Yeah, Old Man's place sounds like exactly a good place to start.
I am pleased to disappoint you to let you guys know that as you make your way sort of through the sort of slummy part of the city once again, it becomes very clear to you immediately, as soon as you arrive. Let me go ahead and just grab that real quick.
This was
what I
was hoping to learn.
On the way there, can I keep an eye out for any kind of church or chapel or anything? Not any particular.
Yeah, the Cathedral of Many is. You guys may have mentioned this or remember this from when you were kids, where when you were in hot pursuit of the ring-stealing punk-ass bitches like Zalt and Garrow and that fucking bitch Karna, who stole the ring initially when you guys were children. One of the things that you guys ended up leaping onto was the cathedral roof that was just being built, Cathedral of the Many. And when you guys end up passing this, you can see that it is like people have flocked to it, where there is currently a preacher who is going into deep into this loud lecture about Erithus.
I'm just gonna say to everybody, you guys go ahead. I'll meet you back at the shop. I just have some questions. And I will go off towards the church. Are you sure
someone shouldn't go with you? There he goes. Goodbye, Yuri.
He's always sort of had a wild heart. He'll come back.
I just want to make sure he's okay. That's all. I mean, all right.
Nah, he's. Let's just say, as a follower of Avandra, he lives a lot like the tenants. Breeze in the wind, that one.
Alright, off we go.
Really quickly, before we get just too far into that, I did want to say as well that one of the things, sort of the Church of... I want to just touch on the Church of Erithus first, because the person there who... Everybody is thin in this town. Everybody is borderline. It looks rough. It is like watching an advertisement for only 25 gold pieces a day, you too can adopt a child. It's not a good scene. But the people that are here at this church, where it was once called the Church of Many for everybody, it now is mostly a place of worship for Erithus. There's kind of a candlelit vigil going on here in sort of the middle of the day, where the priest who is clad in robes basically is shouting out "Hear the message of our goddess and be gladdened. She has given us wealth that we may grow and expand. And while ideas may diverge and the nations may split and people will disagree, a message of unity is stronger than the chaos in this world." And he holds up a golden coin in his hand and says, "Consider the simple golden coin. It is a living record of civilizations past and present, and it is with this that we shall fund new conquests and to turn the gears of civilization. Because as long as a nation's currency lives on, so too does the will of that civilization. Is it not then a holy sacrament that I hold in my hand? And the crowd, like, not really sure where he's going with this, nods a little bit. And he goes, from a single coin can grow a dream, from many an empire, and a future that was brighter for all people. Blessed be to the silent watcher, the bricklayer, the tamer of dark places. And the cathedral itself is sort of set upon a stone column, where the only way to sort of get into the cathedral proper is by traveling across one of 3 bridges that span the chasm, each that is sort of representing one of the different sort of fellowships of knights and priests who serve the different divinities there. And the cathedral has been built in the shape of a circle to sort of represent, again, like this endless, eternal, no corners to focus strain, every point equal, carrying a matched burden. Because again, it was once a temple to all of the different gods. And now the followers of Erithus sort of refer to it as the shape of the world and the wheel on which civilization is constantly turning. And here you can smell the smell of diesel, because you know that deep in the cathedral's heart is this giant engine that is beneath it lies the Foundling stone that provides power to basically the entire city. What do you do?
I just wanted to find like one of the priests that maybe isn't doing a sermon, or wait till he's finished his speaking, then just approach them.
Yeah, no, there is a younger woman. She's very clearly has some like Eladrin ancestry, where her ears are sharp to the point that like you are concerned that it might hurt if she bumps them into things. And she has like long, almost neon blue hair that flows around both shoulders, but it looks very natural with like her dark navy blue eyes that are just like, the more you look into it, it's like looking into the deepest part of the ocean. And she gives you this dazzling, very well practiced smile as you sort of just like flutter into the church, with the god rays cranked up to 11, just flooding in, so you can see the particles of dust in the air and the stained glass windows. And the largest window of all of these is the exact same style that you guys saw in the cathedral, which is of Erithus lying, dying, basically, with her hand out. But you can see that in this this particular bit of stained glass, she is certainly like holding the heart the way that you saw in the picture in the cathedral or in the casino. But it also looks like there is another figure, as if she is giving her heart to this other figure who's slightly off screen, essentially, or is receiving one from this same figure. And she sort of smiles at you and beckons you to speak.
Wow, I've never seen this place from the inside. It's breathtaking.
She smiles and says, "It is incredible. Many people of my kind would say that it reminds them of home." What brings you here?
Well, I've been a follower of Andra for a few years now, and well, have you ever spoken to your god, or have they ever spoken to you?
She purses her lips a little bit and she says, "You know, there was once a sign of Moradin here who told us that a long time ago, when the gods walked the world and they saw all the chaos and strife that existed, they empowered, their mortal champions and bade them to carry out their will. The followers of Andra, for example, were bid to find as much joy as they could eke out of this chaotic land as possible. The followers of Erithus did so by founding the very first city, and followers of Moradin brought forth the commandment of unity. But when the gods left the world again, it was because The gods believed that if their moral imperatives were more important than the freedoms of the people who lived in this world, then they needed to banish themselves for the well-being of the world itself. If the world was separated with the way that that different deities and different races would try to pull upon the world, it would be torn asunder. So those who are spoken to by the gods are very few and far between. We can always feel their presence, but a sign from a deity to tell us what to do in this life is almost unheard of.
And what if someone did experience some sort of sign?
Then you should consider yourself blessed, she says. Has such a thing happened to you?
It might have. I'm not entirely sure. It's just all so confusing.
Positive message, I hope, she says. And it's hard to hear because the whole place reeks of fuel and you can hear the diesel engine just churning along in the background.
My first guess would be no, it didn't seem positive.
Her face
Has
falls a little.
you ever seen a holy symbol drip blood?
She pauses and she says, and what symbol was this? What god do you follow?
Avandra is my symbol.
She very clearly frowns. And after a moment of like pursing her lips, she goes, blood is not a symbol of your deity, but you have to remember when Avandra first walked this world, she explored it all. She left a trail of chaotic change behind her. And it was only that when she had reached the highest mountaintop in the world, to the far west, she was horrified to sort of see what her many changes had wrought. We talked about this, where the gods, like it or not, will create a presence on the world. And in her wake was misery, the worst attributes of freedom lost as other gods imposed their own rules on creation and caused more conflict and strife. I can imagine that if Avandra was to see the world today with us all hidden behind our walls and afraid to climb the highest mountain, afraid of the night, afraid of what tomorrow is going to bring, I imagine that she would weep. But bleed? I can't understand.
Just gonna ponder on that thought.
The only time, she says, that there is blood in the name of Avandra is when it comes for civil strife and revolutions, where her ideals are antithetical to the hierarchy of order. The best government is not a government. And if Avandra was here to seize the spark of discontent, she would fan its flames to break down authority and provide people the freedom that they are scared to take for themselves. And those revolutions are bloody.
I see. I think it's starting to paint a clearer picture for me.
I hope it helps, she says.
Now, before I go, do you know of any way that I could maybe try to contact her and see if she has any advice in which path to walk? Sort of like a hand of fate.
I have always heard, she says. Nice try, Claire. I have always heard, she says, that Avandra doesn't have temples, doesn't sort of respect the worshippers who walk down a few blocks down the street to the nearest temple to call for praise in her name, but rather provides the most respect to those who travel to places that have been never seen by mortal eyes before and create shrines to her in the most distant parts of the world. If you wanted to commune with a deity of freedom and travel, walk her path.
Thank you. And
She says, "It's my pleasure. Blessings of Balin upon you."
I guess I'll leave and try and flutter off after over the rooftops, trying to catch up.
Yeah, for sure. And for the rest of you, what's the plan?
You said something happened.
Oh, that's
as
right.
soon as we walked in the district.
Yeah, we didn't really catch.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, hang on for a second here. Whoop. Blah 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 blah. I'm grabbing the map. There's so fucking many guys.
This is something I figured we'd learn pretty immediately.
There's so many. Hang on.
Okay.
This is the wrong one. My apologies. It's
The
the wrong one.
What's that thing up there?
Who's Soon Paloopa?
Ignore
Oh,
that.
man.
Animation.
Yeah.
Oh my
when
God.
you guys get back to the Clockwork Moon, it's very clear to you pretty immediately that the place has been changed drastically. There's a couple of smiths outside that are working hard on sort of brand new products, and the only indication that you have of any kind of like actual owner being here is now this very large, very good-natured looking Goliath who like sort of waves at you without any hesitation whatsoever, and sort of bids you welcome to the place that he's basically removing the sign from and getting it changed over to like his new property.
Okay, so
He calls it the Wesson's Smithy. His name is Wesson.
Jesus Christ.
So I guess I suppose I'd be a little shocked seeing, because it was just a couple days ago.
It was, I think, less than 20, but yeah, just over 24 hours ago, basically.
What happened?
Well, we traveled for how many days to get here though? 3, 2, 3?
Yeah, that's fair. It's been a couple days. You're right.
Okay.
Because of Claire's calendar, but yeah, no, there is a big apron wearing Goliath who's got like he's got a bit of a black pompadour kind of going on. And he basically informs you that he shakes your hand with a big giant grip, and in a fairly airy, almost feminine voice. You can see he's got a little bit of just a shade of blue lipstick on his otherwise very stone gray skin. Introduces himself as Wesson, and if you need anything commissioned, by all means, the shop's not really open just yet. This is a recent acquisition where the owner was selling it for almost like pocket change, essentially.
Well, interesting. This is you look very capable, and it looks like you've already got people hard at work. So that is great. My friends and I may be in the market for a couple of items. We are wondering though, the previous proprietor. You said this was a recent acquisition. It went very, very quickly. Do you know what happened to him? He was kind to us, and we'd love to pay our respects and thank him for his kindness.
The Wesson says, "Well, I'm sure he'll be back. There is still several bookshelves and a bed in the upper level that haven't been fully removed, and he assured me he'd be back for those, not to mention a few portraits and a few unfinished commissions. So presumably if you were to check back in or in a week's time, I could certainly let him know that you're looking."
Oh, so he's not coming back today. It's within a week's time. All right.
Well, he didn't indicate when he was coming back. He was in a bit of a hurry, but I imagine he'll be back at some point in time for the personal effects that were left here.
I wonder if Shay would know.
She looks distraught. She's like, this is not like the old man to just get up and leave. Well, no, I guess it is, because I went to the old place and he wasn't there. This is a new... He's probably fine, right? He just moves around a lot.
But, I mean, and this would be, kind of us talking amongst ourselves. Why would he give the place away so... Does he move around because he's... Why does he normally move around?
Well, I mean, I'm a little regretful to say that I haven't actually, talked to him in 5 or 6 years. But, yeah, what? That's a dwarf. It's a dwarf sprite, guys. He's got a Minecraft pickaxe. It's a ruby one. Don't fucking judge me. Yeah. He's like, well, no, he's, I guess I don't really know. I'm sure he's fine, she says, and she looks like she's not sure about that at all.
I'm sort of surprised he had everything all set up to... He'd mentioned to us that he was moving in, making weapons for the military. That was sort of going to be his big business now. I think maybe Fandom brought him into his inner circle.
And this wasn't some kind of fly-by-night operation. He had a real put-together working system here. Just moving on to somewhere else, I don't know, it seems incredibly suspicious to me. I hope he's okay. Do you think we should leave a message for him in case he comes back today? I mean, even if we could leave a message, how could he find us?
I'd say if you're going to, do your best to leave it ambiguous, because there's always the small chance, that this is related to us. Small chance, but it's there.
Yeah, you know what? Given the closeness to the timeline, I don't think the chance is that small. Right now, until I hear otherwise, I'm kind of assuming this is our fault. So maybe it would be dangerous to leave a message. I don't know. Okay. Something really obscure, but something that could give him a... You got an idea?
Yeah, no, leave him the message, I did the dishes.
Am I missing a reference?
Yes.
He did the dishes.
Okay.
The old man told me to do the dishes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the whole lesson.
Okay. And then, okay, so that will identify us. Hopefully that will identify us to him. And then what about letting him know where we will be? So let's say we've got errands to run. Let's say that...
We did the dishes, we're going for a swim.
Do you think that's... I mean, that won't... If we're going into the sewers underneath the city, that doesn't exactly tell him where.
Either two things he's gonna think. Either we went for a swim, or we went to the major, oceany area.
We're not getting to combat today, are we, guys?
I'm trying to say that this would inform him we're going to Iron Gas, because by the time he'll read it, we'll have left the city.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to get in contact with him. This is just to let him know we're all right. Plus, if we wanted to talk to him, Erie can do it.
I also... Do you not realize we have these glyphs in our inventory?
Well,
that is true. You can break him absolutely to talk to anybody.
We do have vegan glyphs.
Oh, they aren't just connected to Javi.
Correct.
I wouldn't spin them now. They're sort of unbelievably important.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yes, they kind of are important.
Javi literally said if they're broken, everything's for naught.
Remember,
and how often can we trust Javi on everything he says?
No, okay, so while I agree with you that trusting Javi on everything he says is not the best idea, remember how fragile these are and how carefully he gave them to us? I think the expectation, and I could be wrong, but I think the expectation is, hey, 3 different people holding 3 different stones. Hopefully one of them makes it all the way to our destination. Like, we're kind of taking... We're just kind of reducing our chances of getting a message back successfully by
Fair.
a whole third if we break one.
I'm just saying, in an emergency situation, that's all.
Agreed.
but
Not
absolutely
in a
agree.
one-off. Not in a one-off to simply contact him for the hell of it.
Yeah. No, I understand, and I agree. I'm reticent to use one for these purposes. But tell me this: do you think we could maybe talk to him about any belongings left behind? How do we tell this guy? Okay, all right, I got it. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Master Wesson, we were wondering.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. So sorry. Hi. First off, we were really excited for you to get set up and shop because you've got quite the facility here. It's really well put together. We're wondering 2 things, if you don't mind. We're wondering, one, if the previous proprietor comes around this week, if you could just deliver him a message for us, just a little hello, just to let him know that we're around and we appreciated his help.
It'd be my pleasure, he says.
Well, I appreciate it. And it's really just a short message. We'd like, it's a little bit of an inside joke, as you can imagine. We like to joke around with our friends. The message is simply... He's laughing at me because I'm making funny faces right now. The message is simply, we did the dishes and now we're going for a swim. And I know that makes no sense whatsoever, but he'll get it and he'll laugh it off, and he'll probably call us a couple of names, but they'll be all in good jest.
Also,
Pauses and says, "This isn't some kind of like black market, thieves' cant thing, is it?"
Oh God, if it was, do you speak thieves? I never could understand a word they were saying when they were talking.
He rolls insight against you and fucking looks you up and down. At this point in time, you remember and put your hood back down.
Oh God, yes, I'm gonna take that down. Yeah, because I'm totally. Actually, I am sincere. I don't speak thieves' cant, but man, that would be useful.
Also, pass on the message. Can we have your stuff?
I'm pretty sure, he says, that the owner of this property, anything that gets left here, would pass along to me, but I will let him know.
I left a sword and shield here as amongst his effects.
That was the second thing I was going to ask was the last time we were here, our friend back there left his sword and his shield here, and they weren't made by the previous proprietor, so they certainly wouldn't have been of the quality that you probably are familiar with, given that you bought the shop. We were just wondering, because they're probably useless to sell, we were just wondering if we could get those things back.
He perks right up and he goes, "If you're looking for a sword and shield, you've come to the right place. Describe the ones you're looking for to me."
Morgaine, could you describe the sword and shield we're looking for, please?
I have a bad feeling about this.
So it would be God, I had them for 3 years. So sand, battered, slightly discolored. Really would there's a bit of rust on the hilt. The shield was just a piece of metal for the most part.
He says, "No, I don't think I've seen anything like that. I could replace them for you. Long sword and heavy shield, 15 gold pieces a piece, let's say. So I'll even throw in a little discount since you've lost your old ones. Let's say 27.
27. That sounds fair. Could I trade you? And then I'll whip out the bastard sword.
Before you trade, Morgaine, I have one last question about your wares and your skills here. Do you have any experience repairing Warforged? Because our friend here could use a little work on his shoulder.
He shakes his head and goes, "Sadly, I was too young when sort of the wave came out from Erithus herself. Not really my forte. I'm really sorry about that."
It's gonna be exciting when that sort of barrier passes. more people get that knowledge.
He says, "Yeah, if we ever experience something like that again, it'll be interesting to sort of see the second wave, as it were."
Well, bummer. I'll let you make your deal then.
Well, I'll offer off the bastard sword.
Yeah, roll diplomacy for me.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty low. We'll call it DC 13.
My sword.
No.
He goes, "You know what? Yeah, sword for a sword, I think is a fair trade. So just 15 for the shield, then. You know, I'm feeling generous. We'll call it 10.
I think that's a very fair trade.
Yeah,
For a piece of metal, Morgan.
He makes you like fill out some paperwork and like scribble your name on something. It's all very by the book.
You said 10
and
gold?
it's 10 gold pieces, yeah. And it's a weird feeling because you cannot feel the quill that you are holding, and you are not great when it comes to fine dexterous motor skills, especially with your arm kind of being in shambles. So your signature, when you look at it afterwards, is like, you are pretty sure that that is a total stranger's signature. It's one of those many things that you don't recognize about yourself anymore because it's so hard for you to move your hand with such like fine motor skills when you can't feel the paper or feel the quill. But yeah, no, you certainly wind up with, you're pretty sure it's your exact same shield again, but it's a brand new sword.
And I was also wondering, could I commission you for some plate mail?
He says, "Actually, I've got a couple of shipments coming in. You're not looking for anything special, right? Just sort of the..."
Nope, just the not getting stabbed kind.
He nods at this and goes, "Let's say 50 gold pieces and I'll make it yours."
We haven't turfed the gems, right?
You have not.
No, we have not.
I have some gold, but would you be able to exchange some value and if I could barter with gems?
So quick reminder. Oh, there's so many private messages here. So quick reminder for the gems. Where did that just kind of just go into the group stash?
Yeah.
Did I give you guys a value on that?
250 worth, so 500 total.
Perfect. I would say that at this point in time, he would offer you the armor plus like a flat 200 gold pieces. Nice try. And we'll just call it like a straight conversion right here.
Okay. Then I'll just add it up right now for ease, and then if something bad happens, then I will do that. So 50?
Absolutely. And he takes the gemstones. You know what? No, he's going to toss in a little bit of extra for you. He'll say, like, we'll do 220 in gemstones plus the plate armor. And he goes, "This is actually a good deal. I've got some people from the Bonds Mages coming in looking for spell components. You never know what here might actually be extra valuable. Appreciate your time."
Especially if they take a liking to certain ones.
So he said 220 in gems?
220 plus your plate armor, yeah.
Okay.
And then he gives you a look and goes, "Silly question, but none of this is stolen, right?"
No.
Sorry, just the double talk earlier. I'm just, gotta ask, right?
Do I look someone that would do subterfuge?
No, of course not, he says, and takes a few steps backwards. I'm just, gotta check, right? And makes his way over to sort of where there was the forge and stuff, meanwhile, where he talks to a little dwarf who's just working away, and you can quickly hear the sound of the gems being prized out of the sort of metal and silver clasps that they're in, and those are getting just melted back down to the gems.
If you're willing to make such good rates, you must have a sort of bargain about to be going on for you out here.
"I've got a good feeling about the battles coming up," he says with a nod. "More militia means more weapons, more armor. It's good work if you can get it."
I think there'll be plenty, probably.
"Speaking of which," he says, and sort of points a finger at you, Morgaine, "is that a flash of gold that I just saw?"
Yeah.
"If you want to unload that too, I'll give you a good price."
Sure. So I'm trying to keep track of how many gems we have left. So he did.
If you want to just
Sorry,
convert all of it here, we can do that.
Yes, that would make my life infinitely easier.
Yeah. So you're ditching. So you had 250 gold piece worth of gems previously.
500 gold pieces worth of gems because both
perfect.
Zygar picked up 250, Cavius picked up 250.
Got it. Okay. So we'll just subtract 50 gold pieces of that we'll say 30 gold pieces of the plate to kind of balance it off that way, and then go ahead and give me a diplomacy check for the gold bar to just do a bit of haggling, and we'll figure out a final price on that. Fantastic. Yeah, that's he'll give you basically like a slightly above average market price for that. You're looking at about 300 gold pieces for that as well. So all said and done, it ends up being God, you said 500 in gemstones previously?
Yes.
So we're looking at 770 gold pieces and the plate armor as a conversion. And then the minus the 20 or the 10 that we did for the shield as well.
Yeah. And then 7. Yep. Okay. I'm just figuring it all out.
Perfect. And he turns to the rest of you and says, anything else that I can help with for the rest of you folks?
Warren, what about you? Do you need a sword?
No, I put mine back. Just while you guys weren't looking.
I thought you regrowed it, right?
Right, yeah, you know. I mean, I keep it hidden away, so then...
I can't wear any armor. But you know what? Hey, how are you with woodworking? I know you probably only work with metals, I bet. But I'd love to get my staff back.
You left a staff here?
I left a staff here, but at the time I carried a staff around and I had an ornamentation on the top of it, and what I did was, and I'm assuming by now the gem is grown again because it only lasted.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I kept an ornamentation on top of it, and I just like to it wasn't really a very functional staff. It was really more of a decorative element, and I fastened this on top of it. But then I made a bracelet out of it, to carry it around easier. People get a little, antsy if you're walking around with a staff all the time. But I liked having a staff. It helped me walk around, and we're doing a bit of travel. Staffs can be real useful,
He nods and says, yeah, I'll go take a look. He holds his hand out for the gemstone. It'd help if I could just fit that to the staff itself and see if it fits.
Oh, if you could just take a look and try and estimate it, I'm sure I can work out the rest.
He pauses for a split second as all of you notice the gemstone that he's holding very clearly blinks a single time, where the iris closes then reopens, and he sort of looks and goes, "You're you're not affiliated with the Bonds Mages, are you? Because if you are, I mean, I'd like to sort of come across perhaps a little bit better than I have in this interaction so far."
Oh, I will say, obviously I have to keep most of my affiliations to myself, but
right.
I think you've done very, very well since introducing yourselves to us. You've been very helpful.
Got it. So couldn't say anything if you were. No, listen, I understand. Let me go take a look. He says and makes his way back upstairs, and then very quickly comes back down with your staff and, begging your pardon, Maester Wizard, but this doesn't really look like anything particularly special. But again, what do I know about things like this? I know a little bit, of course, enough to work with magical. And anything that comes my way commission wise, I have I would say probably significant talent. Here's your staff.
I'm so pleased to have this. Myself and my associates, big wink, are very appreciative of your assistance. I take my staff back.
Oh, great.
So, Mr.
Wesson, he says.
Samuel Colt? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Wesson. Can you make any kind of longbows?
I could do a composite one, maybe, like a metal reinforced, but those are really only beneficial if you've sort of got Goliath strength, you know what I mean, to really get that extra power in the draw.
I see. All right, never mind then.
Oh,
Sure.
you just got a dagger laying around? Any make will really do.
Why, are you hungry?
No, No, I've always
No,
had them on me since I was younger.
He says, so again, not really a particular dagger, just something you need.
Yeah, I use them more like knives than anything.
Sure. No, he says, I got a barrel of them here. You can have one for a gold apiece. And just goes and rummages through literally a barrel of daggers and sucks on his thumb when he nicks it a little bit and pulls out a nice one. Goes, let's see here. Sort of the banding on this one is going a little bit. If you're looking for a bargain, we could do, let's say, 8 silver. Wait, no, there's no silver in this world. Gold apiece, and it's perfect.
Sure, I'll take 2, and then I toss him 3 gold.
Yeah, he appreciates it.
And before we step out, would you happen to know where we might, I know it's probably difficult, but where we might be able to find travel supplies, maybe rations for the road? I understand it could be a little bit difficult, and we might have to pay a premium, but we are going on the road for quite a bit, and it'd be good if we could find some supplies.
He says, honestly, pretty much everything that you might need should be available in sort of all the general stores nearby here. Let's see. I might recommend Banshee's Whale, which doesn't open until midnight, but beyond that.
Great. What time? Do we know what time it is right now?
It's about like 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Okay, so not very long. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's that dwarf in the corner?
Don't. Wait. No suspicions.
I'm sorry, midget.
Oh,
He said, no, dwarf is the correct term. That is my my partner, Umbo Thundertoes. We have gone on quite a few escapades when we were both younger, and it's sort of our retirement savings here that are open in this shop to begin with.
Well, I believe that will conclude our business unless anyone else has anything they need. No? All right then.
No, actually, I have one small question. Would you happen to know how to make fire arrows?
He blinks a couple times. Like toss some chemicals on the end of an arrow, or I mean, you'd be better off with bolts. Again, not really much of a woodworker, but if you're a crossbow user, something like that with a tip on the end that we put something like an alchemist's fire in, we could make that work.
How about just simply fabric so that I can make my own fire arrows?
You mean literally
alchemisty?
You mean like literally light an arrow on fire before you shoot it?
Correct.
You're literally just talking about wood with some oil-soaked rags wrapped around the end.
That's correct. Where would I get a supply of those?
Oh, same thing. Any general store is going to have, I'm sure, some flammable materials and some liquid fabric you could tear apart, and then just literally any arrows under the sun. They're a gold for 100 of them at this point in time. But again, I'm not really a woodworker here myself, but I can definitely get you some metal.
No, I think this is helpful. Thank you.
Sure. You could try the broken drum a few blocks down. They can't be beat when it comes to woodworking.
Never mind.
Are you ready to move on then?
I think so.
Well, Master Wesson, you've been incredibly helpful. Thank you very much for your wares and for what information you were able to provide.
Sure, entirely my pleasure. You stop back anytime now.
All right. And we'd head out the door. Or I'd head out the door. Don't want to talk for anyone else.
Yeah.
Cool. Where's next?
I don't know about you, gentlemen, but
Should we walk back in
it's,
Erie's
with
direction?
with all the scarcity of food, how successful do you think we're going to get rations? Because I think that we may have to go to a little more extreme, perhaps shadier folks to get some of what we need.
Honestly, I think we should investigate all avenues. I asked him because it might be prudent to check out the general store, but if it's a bust, I mean, like if you've got contacts, I say let's use them. I was just trying to make sure we had options. That's all. So so we've still got 5 hours before this before Banshee's Whale opens up. We've managed to accomplish fencing all of our or liquidating our assets, as it were, right? So tick that off the list. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And we've got Morgaine a sword, and now he's going to plate mail, which is awesome. Is anything going to be able to hit you ever, Morgaine, now? And then so we just need to secure supplies. We've got 5 hours before his recommended store opens. We've got your contacts that we can reach out to. We should probably swing back towards the direction of... I mean, Erie knew which direction we were going, but if we want to catch Erie on his way to us, we should probably swing back towards the direction of the chapel to pick up Erie on the way. Otherwise, he won't know where we are.
Oh, I saw his sprite in the store. Did he not?
Oh, did
Yeah,
he come back?
I imagine Erie caught up with you. My apologies.
Okay, great, perfect. Hi, Erie.
Right as you're hitting the end of the conversation.
Okay.
So I think we should. Morgaine knows this, but there's some shady areas in the alley. We should go to the odds and ends.
Sure. That'll work, and then figure out whatever we need to do tonight, get supplies, and then... I mean, I think we have to wait till morning to get a thing to ride out here on.
Where are we going to... I mean... I guess we didn't really talk about this, but where are we going to stay tonight?
I have that covered.
Oh. Okay.
Trust me, Kairis, I think I owe it to you, since I have not been so forthcoming.
We should do the museum tonight, though, if we're going to.
Are you sure?
I mean, I don't think we're going to get an opportunity to anytime soon.
I feel like going into the museum at nighttime may not be the best idea.
You say that now, but we didn't seem to have a problem when we were children.
Yes, we learned our lesson very horribly, if you recall.
I mean, we're less likely to be seen going in.
Yeah,
Very
no,
true.
it's closed and broken down. It's never going to be open. May as well go whenever it's, not busy.
Would you like to do
Sorry,
that
I was
now,
just
or
doing
should
money
we-
management. Steel, did I actually get the plate armor, or is that still being made?
No, you can stop by. Well, just go ahead and add it to your sheet. I imagine that you will just make it a point, like as you guys stop past by all means.
So, should we go to the museum first now, or would you want to wait till it's darker?
No,
I would suggest that we should probably go to the shady region of town before it gets too dark.
Go buy your contacts first, and then we'll go to the museum.
Sounds good.
All right, so we shall go to the odds and ends.
Before we head to the odds and ends, would this be a good time, Steel, to take our break?
This would be an excellent time to take a 10-minute break, and I will see you guys immediately following.
Okay, cool. I'll go and get some food from the lounge upstairs.
Yeah.
Our bank total with the conversion is 304.
That's per person?
No, it's for... So total, I did the division of 83 just so we can have that ahead of time. So each person was given 83 gold out of the gems and stuff. And then I put in the gold bar separate, which we could divide up should we want to. That would be an additional 50 for individual stashes. But right now I'm just leaving that as group stash that we can deal with. Because right now we have about 100 gold, 100 something gold per person should be about where you're at.
That is not a lot.
No.
And the reason why it has been divided it as of
We're
yet
poor!
is we might go up and we might find an interesting magic item and want to pour it in all for like an item for like Cavius or something. So I don't want to have to constantly do the math to bring it all up.
Anybody, like just anybody who might want a magic item.
No, not like I'm not naming names or anything, Cavius.
Alright, see you guys in 10.
Yeah, sure.
How accurate are the adventurer's manual prices in your world?
His plate armor was exact.
His plate armor was way fucking lower than what I have.
4E, it's 50 gold.
What'd
I
you
think
say?
that's right. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I didn't look it up, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
No, 4E is 50 gold for plate armor.
Oh, okay, this wiki has a different amount. Oh wait,
Full
I
plate?
think I'm looking at full plate.
Yeah, that is indeed different.
Oh, okay, cool.
So right now I'm not wearing the plate armor. We'll have a conversation back just so that I know not to adjust certain stats within my sheet.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Is that correct? Just making sure. Add it to my inventory. Dang, hobgoblins are legit. Just looking up shields and there's like a note underneath them about them.
Wait, Mountain Dew is caffeine?
Has caffeine? Yes. It isn't the essence of caffeine though.
doesn't have caffeine in Canada. I'm like 99% sure about that.
You are absolutely correct. It's only in the States it has caffeine.
Huh.
Mhm.
Did not know that.
It's actually quite caffeinated in the United States.
I'm surprised by that because almost every like non-cola soda doesn't have caffeine. But Mountain Dew was like, we gotta fucking be gamer fuel, I guess.
Yeah, I was always very confused as that as a child because in Canada, obviously, it has 0 caffeine.
Actually, Canada has a rule that all pop or sodas have to be cola colored to have caffeine in it. Except for energy drinks because they have their own category, I guess.
Huh.
God, that was tough to do while figuring out maths. I don't know why. It's like managing money. Then I realized, oh, I could just do this.
What a nice guy to take all of our stolen goods.
that was Steele's mercy to me. Because then I would have had to been. I was like looking at it when he was like only some of like, oh my god, I need to start a category for what we have in actual fluid assets and what we have in like structured assets that we need to turf to different vendors, and I'm gonna have to figure out like the amount we have and the amount we don't have. And I was like starting like a couple different lines within the ledger, and then I'm gonna have to revise how much gold I sent out to each player.
I was hoping that like if we had more time, maybe I was hoping maybe we could take the mantle to the dwarf and fucking blow his mind.
What mantle?
The helmet we have is a lesser mantle.
Oh, right, which we no longer have.
Oh fuck! You're right. We don't have it.
Mm-hmm. I gave it away.
That's right. I forgot. Never
Fucking
mind.
Didn't need that shitty helmet.
Bolly Frog has it.
Yes, that's
He's gonna
right.
be the bestest king.
Yeah.
So I put in Discord exactly what you should be noting on your character sheet.
For
I divided the gold. So you should be adding 83 gold to your character sheet.
how do I do that?
You go to your character sheet.
Okay.
You go to inventory. You look for the thing that says currency. Then you go to gold and you add those two numbers together.
Got it. 83?
83.
Plus, if you had anything before.
Remember, the addition is in base 9.
How come it says value of gold 830,000?
Oh, pay attention to that.
Steel was trying to
You should have more gold than 83, though, right?
I didn't add any before, though, so.
I think he gave his away in part of our thingy.
I gave part of my gold away.
Yeah, we were given, I divvied up 47 gold a while ago.
Yeah, each person had 47.
Yeah, on June 17th, I gave each player 47 gold.
So whatever you had left from that. I'm up to 109.
I am down.
Wait, no, 110?
I have 66 gold. Hopefully that's enough to cover repairs.
107, right, minus 3. I gave the guy 3 gold.
Now I get to go on my journey of being shitty for 3 months to get this plate armor going. I'm excited.
Hey, it'll be cool when it pays off.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because plate armor still gives me the AC bonus. It just takes away in other aspects, unlike the shield that gives me no bonus.
How much does plate weigh?
The weight of plate is 50 pounds.
That is getting close to Warren's weight.
How do you calculate carrying weight in 4E? I thought we weren't really doing that.
We weren't. I didn't mean his carrying weight. I meant his actual weight.
Oh. Like right now, I think I'm carrying 50, 60 pounds.
Nah, we're just like, as long as it's not ridiculous is sort of
Yeah.
the rule.
Oh, fuck it, we got a bag of holding now. We don't need to worry about that shit.
Right.
Plus you can install pockets into Warforged. That'll be interesting later.
I'm glad it looks like we might have time to get to the museum this session. I was worried we wouldn't
Oh
make
my god. I forgot Rosie brought me Timbits. They're so good.
Donut holes or whatever do sound tasty.
Mm-hmm. They're fucking delish.
Steel, do you have a second?
Yeah, for sure.
We have done?
Cool.
What did I spend my money on?
What did you? I don't remember.
I don't know what he spent his money on. I gave him the money. I told you all you had your money.
Ash doesn't write anything down.
I know. But I'm at this point, I'm like the parent where you let your kid go off to the amusement park and they walk back and they say they don't have their $20 anymore. Well, fuck it. Live with it.
Sure, it's somewhere.
Also, next level, we get a bump in resistances, which is nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna start to come back down into a little more reasonable territory. I got a lot piled onto me for this point in the game.
I took a dip.
It's
Lost an AC.
okay. We're pretty big. Morgaine doesn't actually take damage, and I don't actually get hit. It's a good combo.
What is your AC at now, Morgaine, with plate armor?
With plate, I will be at 21 AC.
When it works out.
Unfortunately, my reflex is going to take a hit when wearing it until I become proficient. So the rule is if you wear something that if you wear armor you aren't proficient in, you get -2 to hit. So attack is -2, and then -2 to reflex.
Yeah.
Which hurts. I'm gonna see how badly though. I think the only thing that sort of sold me on it is the fact that I don't have to hit with for my marking. It's just like an attack.
Yeah. As long
If
as
I had to hit, I probably wouldn't do this.
It'd be worth the try.
Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking. Like it's gonna take a while, and you know, if it turns out to be too much of a detriment, I just take it off.
Is everybody good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. I'm not. I had to do stuff during the break.
Oh.
1 second. Just be a moment here, guys.
Like eat donuts.
Fucking yeah. Absolutely.
I wrote down that I took a standard adventurer's kit, and I don't even know what's in there.
Bunch of junk, rope and shit. But yeah, ETA like another minute and a half for me. I have to move maps around, and it's the loading time on it is insane.
A backpack, a bedroll. Oh, I did have a bedroll, I guess. It doesn't seem like I would have brought that with me.
What exactly is a bedroll? Just like basically a sleeping bag?
Yeah,
Yes.
pretty much.
This is super.
10 days of trail rations, I wouldn't have been able to get those.
Just hopefully none of us die of dysentery.
Yeah, look at this fucking shit. I'm trying to move a single map, and it's like, no. That's insane.
It's trying. It's trying its damnedest.
Apparently none of you played Oregon Trail?
I
No,
mean-
unfortunately.
Yeah.
It definitely did.
Did you die of dysentery?
It barely ran on my
infuriates
shitty
me.
computer.
It fucking infuriates me that Ash, you've got like a fucking like 2080 Ti in SLI, and you're like, oh man, fucking Oregon Trail's a shit though, right?
That was from the fucking 80s.
Just saying.
My computer couldn't
Listen,
handle
listen, I got 2080 Ti's, and guess what I'm playing? Super Nintendo games.
No, I know. Absolutely. All right. Almost done. Promise.
I still think the Super NES is probably the console that had the most amount of amazing games.
a lot on it.
And a lot of them still stand up, if that makes sense. Or withstand the test of time, I guess.
Well, the good thing about them is a lot of them are still really unique. Because
Yep.
games today, a lot of the times follow like trends, but they're really different. It helps.
They're like all the indie games, right? Where
Yeah.
you base the game off of a mechanic, and that sort of makes it unique.
Yeah. And you had like big professional, whatever counted for professional studios back then.
Well, I mean, Square Enix was still a professional studio. I mean,
Like
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 4 and 6 are probably masterpieces. That does not come anywhere close to FF8, of course.
if I ever ran a big game company, I would have an entire division that would just be indie developers. That would be a like shoestring budget division, but they would be paid commission for their games. So they'd have like resources and computers provided to them. So like the base elements, but then like, you know, be creative on the small amounts. So then there isn't a bunch of risks, like financial cost to it. So you take the biggest risk.
Mm-hmm.
That man's on a camel.
He is on a camel.
Doesn't look like a camel.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have the hump.
I think that's just a
Not-
horse.
Not
Big
that
elf.
sad. The face kind of looks like a dragon.
They're dragon camels. They're really popular here.
Yeah.
Dragon.
Yeah,
camel.
that really breaks my realism. Not the fantasy fucking tower.
That's the Rune Keep. That's where fucking the king hangs out. And also, you know, the actual. So,
Sounds like
you guys depart the building. Weston's Smithery, that is formerly the Clockwork Moon. Where's your next location?
To
think-
Saigar's
Following
shady friends.
Saigar, yeah.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
doing that now?
We're off to the shady area where to go to the odds and ends.
Oh, well, fucking, why do I have this map open then?
Yeah, we're
Like,
doing the
if
odds
there's-
and ends, and then the
Yeah, this is a bizarre. We're not gonna find that there.
I think like odds and ends. I think eventually we have to do Warforged repairs. I do have to do that at some
I just didn't know what we could do since it was already like 7 or 8.
Well,
I
it seems
think
like
that your
half of
best
everything
bet-
opens up at midnight anyway.
I think that your best bet would probably not be like the shady underground odds and ends store. I think if you wanted to make it, like I said, like specifically like Beulah's, because I think there's people who wanted to check that place out as well for the magic item. I would be cool rolling your sort of influence sort of into one thing, Saigar, where you probably have a good relationship with the owner, Beulah herself, if you wanted that to be sort of your underworld connection here in the city, as it is literally underground.
Okay. What do we need to roll?
Well, nothing. So when you guys are sort of making your way sort of through the slum section of the city, you sort of come to like one of the big, large sewer grates kind of in the middle of the town, and people sort of look back and forth at one another like they're not entirely sure if this is the right move. You know that it is located deep within the city sewers, and does anybody want to take a step to make that change?
To make that change?
To start climbing down the sewers, my apologies.
I will lead the way.
Yeah, our
So
master
with
of
the-
shady connections we're following.
Right. So with the heavy sound of a sewer gate basically being pulled aside, there's a couple people who give you a weird fucking look, and also some of like...
Kyvius is one of them.
I mean, did I roll a stealth check potentially?
I think this is probably a good idea, yep.
Trying to. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, quite alright.
So we're just while this is. Oh,
Fucking yeah, no, you guys move
We move like the wind. We can't. No one
Yeah.
notices us.
Climb down these big metal heavy iron bars down into the sewers beneath the city itself, where there's plenty of like graffiti and things like that scrawled on the walls that you know would probably lead you. Like Saigar points out, this would lead you directly to the place that you are trying to go, and it is real fucking nasto down here, where you can see just the sewage system is just this gray brown water with big sludgy blobs in like bright neon green sort of floating down in it. And
Do we
there's
have
the
any
sound
torches
of...
amongst us?
Is that a question
Yeah.
to me?
To the group.
yeah, no,
Yeah, I don't have any torches.
I got.
They're in Warren's adventurer's kit.
They are. I got 10 of them according to this. I think.
You had 2. Or wait.
Oh. I told Steele I'd just replace the sun rods with them. Because he told me I wouldn't have had sun rods.
Could you illuminate the way then, Warren?
Sure.
Do you just like light a torch, or do you mage hand one out?
Yeah, no, I don't want to reach in my pack with my one hand if I don't have to, so I float one out into my hands and sort of like, oh.
And you hover this like floating torchlight out in front of you, and you immediately see that some of the creatures that are in the darkness. They're about 6 feet tall, huge. Like there's tentacles that come rising up from their backs that are just ended like big leaf-shaped, flat, spiky, tentacled tendrils, essentially, that shirk back from the light, and they are covered in shit and slime. And you see that one of them has its mouth open, where it is using a tentacle to like scoop big floating objects out of the sewage system and just shove it down into its mouth, and it's chewing like a cow, basically, like chomping down on its cud.
Well,
Do we
What
know
are pathetic
what
creatures?
are those things?
I'm
Does anyone
sure-
recognize them?
Dungeoneering?
to hazard a guess.
Me, the player, knows.
Yeah, I'm sure all the people at the casino would be happy to know that what they were eating came out of the sewers.
Oh God, what really? Oh my God.
Here's
Oh
a better
God.
picture of what they look like.
Oh no, they're not what I thought.
Saigar, you know these to be known as Otyuks. And Otyuks are essentially aberrations, where their bloated bodies are just covered in skin, probably somewhere beneath the shit. And you know that they are essentially completely blind, and they use these tentacle protrusions or propulsions. I don't know what the fucking word is. Protrusions to basically see, where in their constant search of like dung and bodily wastes, they are Not particularly territorial, but they are dangerous if provoked.
But do they have good sound, hearing capabilities?
They like passably to low. They tend to be scavengers mostly, where a lot of the times, like in actual proper dungeons and things, they will just follow along other creatures and sort of serve as like the sewage system for a dungeon, and kind of defending places against intruders in order to make sure that their supply of waste coming. Yeah.
So I
do
told the
we,
group,
do
they're
we just,
nasty.
do
Well, my sprites are a lot cuter.
they are significantly. Do we just try and walk past them?
I think we should ignore them. They don't pose any harm to us. They're putrid. I just say we ignore them.
Famous last words.
Just stay behind me. Will you guide the way? Just,
Yeah. I'll
How
float
can
a
I get the
little.
reason behind you?
I'll float a little light on your shoulder.
You
Just
should be able
like
to move it now, one.
tell me the direction.
Fair
There you
enough.
go.
Ha ha.
Yeah, like as you approach these creatures, one of them takes a few like very aggressive steps forward.
Hey,
The
hey.
big flesh sacks around its mouth like jiggle like Nixon's chins as you get close, and it lets like a rumbling sound deep within his throat.
No. Bad.
I love this so much.
Wave my sword out. No.
Give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh boy! There's that one.
My God. We roll the extremes here, either real high or real low.
They both take a few more angry steps forward and make sounds like from deep within their throats as they get a little bit closer, and you can see they are sort of swallowing the dung that fills their mouths and getting a little bit closer as if to sort of figure out whether or not you are edible.
Like as a thing to try to show that I'm not edible, I'm gonna like try to take the sword, flat edge, and just hit it against my arm and body to just make
clang,
like
clang,
a dinging
clang?
sound.
Yeah,
Clang.
okay.
Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah, that's
I love
smart.
that. Give me a diplomacy check thing. That's pretty much
I'm
the
so
same
good
thing.
at these.
Yeah. Yeah. Difficulty 13.
No!
Oh my fucking god.
I'm
God.
getting flashbacks.
1 second here. I don't have a fucking attack roll for these things. Does that hit your fortitude?
Just.
Oh, awesome.
I cannot
you're
smell.
covered in shit now.
They both just like spit, just like a blast of just this thick mucousy sludge towards you, and like they raise their tendrils up as if to try to fucking like scare you off, and then they both sort of just dive into the water, looking a little more territorial. You take 2 points of poop damage. As you are just your face and goggles, you're glad that you wear those, by the way, is just slathered with this fucking gross sewage liquid. And on top of that, you're going to take a -2 penalty to all of your attack rolls for the rest of the day, which stacks with your armor. Enjoy. As you just have fucking like sludge all through your neck and your face, and like you can feel it in like the small little holes.
Oh,
that
am I
sort of, like,
wearing my plate? I thought we were saying that was
Oh,
plate.
I'm just saying it would theoretically stack with your plate. So
Yeah, I'm fine with wearing it. I just wasn't. I thought right now.
Yeah, no, I think that makes perfect
Board
sense.
game.
You'll have it a little bit later for sure. But yeah, this is just be aware that you're -2 penalty to all your attack rolls from this, in addition to anything else. And
You
then
definitely need a shower.
yeah, they fucking get in the water and start to sort of move away.
Like
keeping
I'm
very
glad I
eye
can't
on
smell
you.
this.
One of them starts eyeballing Shay as well, who like immediately scuttles a little bit closer to the Kyvius.
I've already had enough bodily excrement near me for
I say we
the
just
day.
move on.
Yes, please. Let's move along quickly. Quick step. 1, 2.
I give him a real good stink eye as we walk backwards.
I'm gonna stay like behind Morgaine, like put me bodily behind him. Everybody else, I don't want any more shit on me. I've already
Don't
had.
you guys start anything. I'm not afraid to eat you.
When
No,
you guys
please don't.
when you guys continue to sort of follow Morgaine to sort of the end of the sewage system, there is a large door that has been set. It's a very nice door. It's ornate, that has been sort of set into the wall. And
Is that this gate
right?
or is it the end?
No, I don't have an actual door. My
Oh,
apologies.
okay, gotcha.
I'll just move first. I'll just do it at the end here for transition.
I appreciate that. There is it is very clearly above the door. It just says Beulah's in very large, bold text. And as you watch, it's like it has been enchanted, where just a single ripple of color, almost like a neon sign, flows through it as a residium. And you see it's like about an inch deep into the wall itself. And on the left-hand side of the door is another sign that says, "No shorties." And it's a picture of a gnome with fuzzy hair and a dwarf in a Viking helm. They're both extremely racist pictures. And on the right, it says, "No fatties." And it's a picture of an orc, of a warforged, and then a blonde female trader merchant, basically, who is not at all fat.
What?
I guess I'm staying outside.
Your friend seems
Apparently
pleasant,
they
at
don't
least.
serve your kind here.
It's probably for the best. I don't smell. I assume I don't smell very great right now.
Is like a door closed?
It is closed, but it's easily openable.
Then I go up and knock.
Do we even need to knock at the door? I think we can just go in.
I'm still gonna knock.
Yeah, no, you do knock, and then you can hear quite a commotion of people on the inside, and the voice that you hear is this extremely raspy, "Come on in!"
Oh, what a charmer.
Alright, I guess we go in.
Alright.
I'm sorry, Morgaine. We'll be back out.
Yeah,
Please,
I'll stand
please
vigil.
watch guard for us and make sure. If you
I'm
hear a
keeping the
loud
torch.
noise and a commotion, you may want to come in and join us.
The inside of the store is remarkable. The fact that it has been built into a sewage system blows your fucking mind a little bit. There's probably about half a dozen people here that are floating around. And most of them, when I say floating around, I mean in a very literal sense, because quickly you can see that some of them are actually translucent. There's a few actual people here. There's an older gentleman with a staff who's perusing books on the top floor. And like a few that look more studious, like they're just browsing through magic items. But there's also quite a number of people here where it's very clear that they are dead. The floor in here it's mostly stonework, but there's a lot of indication that people who have come trudging in from the sewers have left the same kind of bodily waste and slime and things on the floor. And there's also a lot of things that are growing down here, presumably because of the exact same sort of like fertilizer being tracked in. But here it's mostly like flowers and potted plants and things that sort of remind you of what the prophet was doing in his little cave, where even on most of the bookshelves there are plants and ivy growing down that are like long vines filled with flowering plants. And the first thing that you hear when you first walk in is a booming voice that as you sort of look directly in front of you, it appears to be like this 12-foot tall phantasm who his right hand just launches out like a laser blade, essentially, of light, and shouts, "Welcome to the Subtext Emporium, mortals! I am Felstaff the Magnificent, and you..." And then, of course, there's an older female voice that interrupts them, and you can see on the sort of the second level of the Emporium is what appears to be a Naga, where she's probably like, if in human years would be like late 60s or 70s. Her lower half is purely serpentine, and and she is puffing on a couple of cigarettes, where she's got like one going on the desk, and then she's also got one in her mouth simultaneously, and she takes the cigarette out, and she goes, "Not now, I've got a headache." And you find yourselves in the Subtext Emporium, including, I'm going to just put you over by the door here, Morgaine, which it's weirdly breathtaking. There's a couple of windows here that just look out on the inside of the sewers, and there's sludge everywhere, but for the most part, it's extremely nice.
So who here was Feldstaff on the picture?
The giant black specter with the lightning sword directly in front of him.
That picture's awesome.
I like the relationship line.
There's a couple of statues in the corner. They all are kind of like depicting a couple of different gods. Like there's one of Moradin rather, with his plate armor, his helmet, and his mighty horns and his full beard that looks, stern but comforting. And there's Corlon, where he's this blonde and beautiful Eladrin, whose gender you can't really tell. Long sword in one hand, long bow in the other. Golden cloak and robes, a couple scars from battle. And Avandra with her wild hair and her patchwork cloak, and just literally dozens of charms around her well-worn boots and bracelets. Huge coin purse that has a tear in it, and it's just showing like very masterful craftsmanship, showing a constant stream of coins just falling out of it as she travels. And you can see that the woman who is at the kind of the counter up there has coins scattered all over the place, and she is sitting in basically a rocking chair that's been built specifically for the fact that she is serpentine from the waist down, and she is knitting this webbing that is slowly being created from a black crystal spider's butt, and she's just like piecing it together and crocheting what appears to be like a blanket from this like drow black crystal spider silk.
Hey Warren.
Yeah?
What kind of streets do ghosts like to live on? A dead end!
So,
And I'd walk away.
Saiga, I'm getting existential about the fact that I can pour web out of my mouth like that creature, alright? I can't handle your...
Fair enough. I'm sorry. Just trying to lighten the mood a little bit.
That's good, What are you... This place is amazing. I would have paid anything to spend time in something like this.
No, I had no idea it existed. This would be... I probably would have spent my entire youth down here. And I'd immediately run over and start perusing the bookshelves. Just keeping an eye open for anything about ritual magics and especially anything having to do with procedures that let you see into the future.
When you make your way over to this bookshelf, your right leg just bumps a little bit of the foliage nearby, like you step on it, and immediately out from the ground crawls a mandrake, who just turns to you and just mouth wide, just this root bed just starts screaming and screaming and screaming. And you hear the voice.
So sorry.
You hear a voice from the second floor go, "Would you repot that already?"
Yeah, absolutely. My apologies. And I would try and repot the mandrake.
Can you roll your nature check for me, please? As you try to like shove it back in the little hole in the ground it came from, and
yeah, the most
doesn't the mandrake stream cause you to not get knocked out?
This one is a juvenile. But yeah, no, Kyvie is like very, very quickly like, no, it's fine, and just like casting a couple of little charm spells to try to like calm this creature down. You sort of shove it back in the little hole underneath the bookshelf it came from. Like brush its little leaves. No, it's fine. And it does quiet back down and goes to sleep.
My God, that was gave me a headache.
The old man on the second floor puts his finger to his lips and goes, "Shh."
Well, I get that now.
There are lots of books, and I don't think that I need to go into a whole bunch of bookstore names, because I could.
It's in the notebook, I'm sure.
But I want to say instead that there's a lot of like odd little trinkets around for a few silver. There's a little mummified mouse. There's some golden buttons in a little cage by itself. There is a bunch of little stone idols with empty gem socket eyes. There's lots of things around that are kind of like for a few gold pieces, nothing worth noticing. And like as you get in, you notice that Beulah, this Naga woman, has this giant magnifying lens on a swivel that she sort of like moves out in front of her and closes the book she was at and sets it aside and goes, "Are you buying or selling today?"
Oh, me? Oh, we're buying today, actually. We were looking, well, honestly, we've never been here before, so we're a little overwhelmed. And I don't think we were looking for anything specific. We were just excited by the idea of this place. It's wonderful. Your store is amazing.
Yes, I know. Thank you for abiding by the signs outside.
And after a moment, she sort of adds,
Everything's for sale. Bring it up. I'll give you a price. If you're looking for something particular, let me know. Otherwise, if you're not sure, may I recommend the mystery box?
she says, and sort of gestures to what is a very large, obvious contraption behind her. And there's like a pentagram on the top with an open hole. And you can tell sort of by the runes on the outside that is very clearly exactly what Shay was working on last night. And it's basically a bag of holding, but like a really elaborate, fancy-looking carnival bag of holding.
Is what's in the... Oh, no. Okay. Is what's holding the mystery item within it?
Probably lots of mystery items. There's a little sign underneath it that says like 1 pull, 5 gold pieces.
Oh God!
Oh, it's like a
yes.
vending
Are you
machine.
kidding me? I would since I don't know what I want, I'm going for the mystery box.
I like to imagine that me and Kyvius run up there at the same time.
Yeah, like 2 kids at the candy store, eyes wide, tongue out of our mouths.
Meanwhile, Kaz in real life is like, fucking guys, why, please?
Maybe there'll be food. I don't know. Just hit.
It's basically like a vending machine or like one of those machines that like give out toys and candy, right?
The claw.
Miri, what was that?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you like moved over to a book and like.
Oh, I did.
Oh, what is your ping for?
Wait, I pinged something? Oh.
I thought so.
I was just looking at this book that stands out.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's it has a bunch of like fall autumn imagery in it, and then a couple of words on the opposite page that you know are kind of like ritual words, but it's very clearly that you could certainly do this with your rudimentary ritual knowledge if you should.
Could I pay for it?
You could, yeah.
Well, what's the ritual?
Yeah, no, you take a few seconds to like try out pronouncing the words, and after a moment you watch as like, give me an Arcana check. It's very low, it's difficulty 15. Yeah, fucking you guys. Yeah, no, you pronounce it, and you sort of realize that it is very similar to sort of some of the rituals that you already know to create things, and you watch as you sort of like go through the process. No healing surge or wisdom expenditure necessary in this case because it's from a magical tome, basically, where the portrait, the picture of all of the autumn leaves on the side there begins to shimmer and shake, and then like a single leaf, like a real one, flows off of the page and like onto the ground nearby. And then a moment later, they all do as the book overturns and hundreds of autumn leaves just come pouring endlessly out of the book. And Beulah goes, "If you break it, you buy it."
It's fine. It'll stop. I think. Help.
It creates like this big leaf pile, the Calvin and Hobbes kind of height with the book sitting on top, and it does eventually come to a stop. And from the other side of the room, there's a booming voice that the ghost shouts out, "Felstaff will handle that later."
She goes, "Yes, thank you."
Just want to do a quick double take and then just jump in the leaf pile.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, that's adorable.
That is cute. Shay immediately goes over and starts talking to a hot female ghost.
Of course,
Keeping it canon.
Miss Beulah.
Yes.
I do this kind of furtively glancing at Kyvius, hoping that he doesn't quite notice what I'm going to ask Miss Beulah.
She turns to you and like again puts out the cigarette and then immediately lights up another one. Takes a good long toke, and you can see that like a bunch of the scales in her neck move a little bit, kind of half concealing a hole in her serpentine neck. There's just like tons of different snake collars and brooches and things that kind of hide it, and goes,
You look familiar. Have we met?
You might have met my family.
All you humans look the same to me. How can I help?
So, I don't know how to quite word this, but given this is a very magical shop and you clearly know a lot about arcana and magic, would there be a device or something we could purchase that's almost like an anti-magic nullifying field?
She lets out a laugh that sounds like
Something like that would be far beyond the trinkets that I sell here, young man. I'm very sorry.
Even something that's temporary I could attach to an arrow, for example.
I can sell you an amulet that would let you cry on command, but something to shut off magic? I'm sorry.
Maybe not shut off all the way, dampen.
I'm sorry, young man. Nothing like that here in my shop.
I kind of look away, disappointed.
yeah.
I want to pull something out of the grab bag.
Yeah. We want our toys, please.
Yeah, no, you fucking wander over to this big,
Oh,
heavy-looking box. It is, it's actually the one over to the left, not the one in the top center, but the one that's like the two stacked on top of one another, where there's very clearly a spot where you could like put in 5 gold pieces, and then you can just reach into this fucking bag of holding essentially and roll a D100 to see what you
Yay!
Who's
Kaz!
going first?
Kaz, I'm spending
that
5
one
of my
there?
gold
I thought
pieces.
It is 5 gold pieces per person per pull. And Beulah says,
You gotta give me time to restock it. Limit 1 pull per person.
I was gonna ask if we get a bonus when we buy in bulk.
Fortunately not.
10 pulls get one free.
77. Warren, you
Love
get...
this shit!
You get a giant ivory porcupine that is like the size of your forearm. It is very heavy and appears to be made of stone.
I didn't think that could come out of there.
It's got a little wick in its head, and you can tell that basically it is sort of a very heavy wax, this ivory candle porcupine. Kyvius 56.
I'm hoping for a penguin costume.
Hang on for a second. Are you fucking serious?
What? Serious about what?
Is this something Rosie told you?
What?
The penguin costume.
What about the penguin costume?
Is this from Rosie?
No, what are you talking about?
Hang on. Fucking let me...
Grin on your face.
He can't see me.
This is a fucking chunk of the list right here. There is a penguin suit on it. Jesus, okay. 56. You reach in and you pull out, whoa, God, what appears to be like a small little makeup compact. And on the front, it is a very sad looking fucking Rosie's hanging out the door losing her fucking shit. Get out of here. It's a very sad clown face, basically, where like he's got a like huge giant frowny face with a big bright red nose, and then like little black tears sort of rolling out of his sad clown eyes. And you can see very clearly the name of this makeup is Regretto. And on the inside, you can kind of tell that there is like a white and a black and a red, a couple of different makeups, and they are magically permanent.
That's a good name.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the perfect name for these, and I'm tucking this away and keeping this.
I don't know what I'm going to do with this wax.
Saigar, 34. You wind up pulling out a big sack of flower bulbs that you know are basically like extremely rare, like different types of flora collected from all around the world. There's like one of each.
Are they bulbs as in like they're still viable?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Can I roll a nature check to see and understand what's actually in this list? Are they any useful for, say, alchemy or any other chemical purposes?
Oh god, because it's really like an assortment of some of the rarest herbs and stuff around. There is tons that would be incredible for basically like turning into food or food seasoning. They're mostly flowers. Some of them have been collected from the Feywild. Some of them have magical properties, absolutely. But it would take you like a couple years to grow them.
Got it. But are they usable in their current state at all,
Not
aside
really.
from planting? Okay.
No. There's, I mean, like, there's a couple like snowbells, for example, which is a bulb for like these plants that only grow in winter. That that you could like basically use it as a like ritual component for anti-cold or ice protection magic or things like that. But a lot of the rest of the plants are things like phantom flowers and spider blooms and bubble lilies and mirage flowers and claymore plants and things like that. And nothing that really would be beneficial to you until it was actually grown.
Okay.
Eerie, hang on for a second. Eerie flutters over to like a small, cute little creature who appears to be one of the Scaffa that you saw previously, who sort of looks towards you and snuffles its nose at you a little.
Just want to give it a pets.
Can you go ahead and do a nature check?
At the same time, I'll just shout out to her. Is he for sale? Is it for sale too?
Everything's for sale.
She says. It sort of like gives you just a cute little look and like brushes its paws on its face and is very clearly trying to like convey a complex idea to you.
I will make a carrot. I will conjure a magical carrot for it.
It dives into this fucking carrot extremely excitedly. When we were talking about your conjurations, do they taste or are they just non-nutritious?
They taste, they just don't do anything.
Gotcha. It fucking gets to work devouring the shit out of this magical carrot that you've created and looks absolutely thrilled with stuff.
Does it mean that...
How big is this thing?
It's about 1.5 feet tall.
So I could ride it.
You could ride it.
Keep that in mind.
Okay, good.
Harry, are you not going to take the chances with the vending machine?
Oh, sorry. I was making a friend. But sure. I guess I can
so
take a
much
turn.
money. Cass, how are you okay?
It's only 5 gold
I mean,
a person.
it's 5 gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going to be your D100 roll.
Saga, I'll give you 15 gold for those flowers.
May I ask why, Ward?
This is all personal affect, so like
Yeah.
yours to do. This is going straight to a person, not party stash.
37.
I'm really sentimental for those sorts of things, as I'd like to plant them somewhere specific in the future.
Warren, you don't have to give me your gold.
Okay.
You can have as many as you'd like. I just ask that if there are occasions that let's put it this way. I think it's the potties, so you can use the sea as you see fit.
Son of a bitch.
Is that fair?
Yeah. He looks genuinely touched when you kind of talk when you mention that.
At 37, you basically wind up pulling out what is a fairly sizable crate, and inside appears to be a bunch of shoemakers' tools. There's hammers and tacks and hobnails and things like that, designed for complex magical footwear repair.
How does the Eerie pull out a giant crate?
It's very light as you pull out of the bag of holding, and then it kind of like crunk, 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 and falls on the side. Actually, yeah, Eerie, give me a strength check real fast.
With
It's
an
a good-
extra -5?
Why is that?
If it's something that's at a... To break or force open objects?
Oh, God. I guess, yeah. Yeah. Are you serious?
You just rolled 0.
There's the you pull this big large box out, and then as soon as you do, it kind of like topples towards you, and kind of in a moment of panic, you try to push back against it. And as you take this heavy crate of stuff and push against this large box, essentially, you realize that it is two separate components, where there's kind of like where the money goes into the top, and then there's like the actual bag of holding part. It's kind of two stacked on top of one another. And as you sort of push towards it, you realize that they're not actually like together, and you look in horror as the top half of this bag of holding, essentially this big giant arcane cube, falls, hits the ground, and shatters.
Oh!
And Beulah gives you a long stare. Doesn't say a word. Just like lights up another fucking cigarette and puts two of them in her mouth simultaneously and takes a good long drag.
So,
She says,
as I mentioned before, buying or selling?
So, I don't necessarily expect to find it, but you don't. I sort of stumble over my words a little bit, trying to like piece thoughts together, kind of. Mantles, right? I kind of look for recognition in her face whenever I say the word.
no, she doesn't blink. She just sort of like nods along, doesn't say anything.
Right, okay. There's two sides to their creation, supposedly, the divine and the arcane. I don't expect there's much catalogued about the research that's been done on the arcane side, but I'm interested in collecting anything related to history of even just lots of failed experiments at it. More likely to find something like at Iron Gas, but, you know, it seems like a special place.
She takes a puff and goes,
You let me think about it for a moment. You're welcome to peruse in the time being, and if anything comes to mind, I will let you know.
Nod.
What are mantles?
Those are the names of, like the helmet that Morgaine had.
Yeah.
They're the names of the objects that are supposedly created by fusing divine and arcane magic made by the dwarves.
Oh.
Javi explained it to us last session. Javi,
I don't think I think I was not a part of that discussion. Well, Kyvius wasn't.
You could basically describe it as just like items that have their name in purple or orange.
Yeah.
They are powerful artifacts and relics with a bit of world lore.
And they seem to have a weird power that makes it very hard to equip them.
Anything else? Well, I'm pondering that.
I walk down to this wolf guy. Do I know what the fuck this thing is?
Yeah, you saw a couple of scoffas earlier on the way. They are basically like half flying squirrel, half rabbits, all douchebag. And like it also gives you a little sniff looking for a carrot.
I asked the rest of the group though, while you're looking at that, Warren, what did you want to come down here for? What did Javi actually point us here towards for?
It was just general stuff.
Yeah, I think it was largely just that is it, general stuff.
This is all you guys fucking being like,
yeah,
no,
we were like
a magic item store.
Magic store, yeah, like well, look at there, yeah.
That's literally it.
We were going to try and find food, and I don't know how we ended up here.
Well, we were gonna go try and find food, but it didn't open up until midnight.
No, but then we were following Saigar's connections to find food.
Right.
Odds
Right.
and
And
But
this
then
is
we
where
ended up
so
here.
then we ended up here. Yeah, so this isn't our fault.
Yeah,
It
I'm
sort of
kind
is.
confused.
You led me the wrong direction. I'm just kidding.
We were not leading.
That's true. I won.
So
I have gotten distracted.
you wanted to come here. So what are you looking for? And then
So,
Kaivis
Miss
is gonna go
Viola-
run over to the shelves and look.
Miss Viola.
I'm all ears, handsome.
Well, thank you, but I must ask. Usually, I'm one to stray away from this, but we are about to embark on a large journey. Do you happen to have any food that might, or rations that we could take that have been imbued with a certain longevity, so they can last us for a long time?
There's plenty of dried stuff, she says, that I've got access to. Humble pie, macadamia, lizard nut bread. The list goes on.
Would this last us for a long time on a journey?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's not going to be kind of, it's not going to be a wayfarer's cake, but you can expect, bog beetle dumplings, for example, would last you for a few months on the road.
I think that this group we need to stock up on this. We need. How much would you say is, 2 to 3 months worth for 6 people would be? Actually, I don't think Morgan needs to eat, so maybe 5 people.
5 people for months. I mean, you'd be looking at probably 30, 40 gold pieces. And that's just for the basics. I mean, we're talking Delphin bread, but none of the spiced snail butter to really elevate it,
Would this help lower the price a little bit? And I flash my signet ring.
She gives you a long look. And Wild, did you roll nature for me already?
No, I actually wasn't even.
Oh, okay.
I moved my sprite to the wrong place.
Okay.
I wasn't asking what that is. I'm asking what that is.
The fucking guy with the sword?
Yeah, him.
Yeah, no, he apparently is some kind of giant black fog-faced phantasm that appears to sort of just be tethered to a sword that she has connected to the desk. You see little black wisps connecting her to a blade, or connecting it to a blade. And it stalks about as if sort of like looking for intruders and is on high alert.
I mean, are you looking for drinks or just food? Because we can do turnip wine or some Miller's moonshine to go with. I'd be happy to throw that in for you at a discount. But there's really no easy way for me to go ahead and provide you anything long-lasting, at a loss. Frankly, if I'm not selling to you, I'm selling to the next Joe Schmo who comes in here.
Could I,
Not enough.
Frankly, House Glaren has already bought up most of the supplies of food here in this city. There's not much more stockpiling you have a chance to do,
Should I roll a diplomacy check?
You definitely should.
What's the skill check on this?
We'll call it difficulty 14. It is
That
moderate.
or House Glaren appears to have lots of food. Does anybody have connections to House Glaren?
So with a flourish, I say, I understand, but the name that my family has, you know that we have a lot of power in the city. I mean, I'm sure we could use it to improve conditions down here for you later at some point. Would this help?
She brings a couple of like neon blue fingers up to her wrinkled chin and sort of strokes the sharpness of her jaw and goes,
"Now is that a promise or more empty words?"
I'll try not to make it an empty word, but I cannot guarantee anything.
She shakes her head a little bit and says,
"It's not good enough for me. I need a promise or collateral, and then I can make it happen."
We have the money. It's not a problem.
Yeah, we have the money for supplies. Didn't she say 30 or 40 gold?
"You also have the King's Writ."
Yeah, which Warren is very
Who's holding that right now? Is it Warren?
Yeah, he still has it.
With the message we had to the bonds major on the bottom.
Yeah.
Kaz, if you would like to have Morgaine join the group, certainly by all means. I didn't think they were going to be here for an hour. So
No. The sign said no war force. You made the rules, live by them.
You're
Wow.
right. I'm sorry.
No.
Also,
No. Don't
Yes.
pity him. He has to live by those rules. I tried to pull an item out of the box for you, Kaz, and he wouldn't let me.
just to attach this, is it okay to say that as soon as we leave here, can we just like hard cut to the museum so we can end on something?
For sure. For sure.
Please?
Yeah, for sure. I was like, let's fucking go fight some trolls, but no. Would you guys do me a quick favor and just somebody roll who is trained in Arcana, so one of two people here, go ahead and give me an Arcana check while I'm talking to Skygar here as well.
Give.
Oh yeah, Eerie as well. Sure. Cool. Those are both successes.
I'm trained too, but you all have good enough rolls. He said he only wanted one.
Yeah. So let me go ahead real quick. I'm just going to outline kind of what I would call kind of the 7 core magic items that are sort of available for sale here in the shop. People who are feeling comfortable, who want to fucking ping shit by all means. They are pretty obvious for. So the first one with the shield on the bottom floor is referred to as the Phoenix Kite, and she lets you know that it has some sort of power to protect someone from falling in battle, once and for all. There is, in the top level, there is the armor that goes with it, which is actually a suit of granite plate, where it is certainly possible for first. It was a long time ago. It was designed with an enchantment that would let you just kind of summon it around you at will, which would let soldiers of High Elm go from being just readily garbed to these big 10-foot tall stone juggernauts. It is missing that enchantment, but certainly it's a skilled artificer could certainly go ahead and fix that with enough time and residium. But it is currently just a set of full plate mail that is made essentially of stone, that is been protected with all the various different enchantments and things that have been cast by the initial kind of archmages who created it in sort of the Third King era. And if you guys do decide that you want to purchase something like this, we would just refund you back the 50 gold that we owed you for the plate mail that you got bought earlier. Just pretend it didn't happen. On the table that Eerie is sitting, she refers to the stone there as a very powerful bit of geomancy that she has been unable to figure out, and it is known as the Limmer Rock. There is a gun that looks it's about a foot and a half long. It's like a big, heavy carbine, which is hydro-powered. There's a stomach just above the trigger that is churning with water. It's a big fantasy super soaker, essentially, and it's called the Bubbler Rifle. Also on the table, very hard to see, is a set of dark glasses. They're the standard like pince-nez that sort of sit directly across the brim of the wearer's nose, and you know that they basically allow creatures who are sensitive to sunlight to operate with no issue. There is a glove on the upper right-hand side of the room that was placed up against the box that is called the Enumerator's Glove, and it allows the person who wears it to count any number of objects, basically with very minimal effort. And finally, there is a token, a pawn, which I don't think I actually put on this map because I'm bad, where there is a pawn from a chess piece that she refers to as the Warlord's Pawn, which when you capture or defeat the pawn in the course of a regular game, usually Fool, Flame, and Fisherman, you can learn immense amounts of personal information about your opponent, including their true name, if they have the ability to cast magic, their intelligence score, things like that, their alignment.
Warren immediately picks up and says, "How much is this out?"
She gives it a look and goes,
90 gold pieces for that one, no haggling.
How much for the rock?
150,
she says.
Some haggling.
How much for the
I'll
shield?
tell you what, I'll give you 110. And I'll clean up the mess I made.
For you, sweetheart, she says, literally not a chance.
How much for the shield?
Did it. Shield, she says,
390.
Whoo!
I think, given our predilection for getting ourselves into sticky situations, that might come in very handy, no?
We don't have... That would be everything we have, we'd be destined to.
That's
We
not
still
necessarily
need
true,
to
Warren.
acquire food.
Yeah.
And
That's
if there
not
was
necessarily
anything,
true, Warren.
I don't...
do you have
Yeah,
a secret supply of money that we don't know about?
I was saving it for a dire situation, but I think given the fact that we're about to embark on a 3-month journey, yes, I do.
Kaz's ears perk up.
Yeah, that would be going to Morgaine.
So, I turn to Miss Viola. How much for all the magic items and the food?
Please, sweet cheeks, call me Old Beulah.
Old
You said
Beulah.
all of the magic items?
Yes.
oh god.
Is Saigar
She says-
secretly rich?
She says,
Does that include the mint mouth pellets?
she says, and reaches into a pocket and pulls out like a bunch of
What?
what looks like it. They apparently are like breath mints essentially, and on the cover, instead of it being a picture of like somebody breathing flame, it appears to be somebody like breathing this beautiful breath of just blizzards and cold winter air. And it says mint mouth pellets on the top. And she shakes it, she's like,
Got 4 of them left.
I'm not sure we're interested in that, sorry.
Suit yourself.
and she puts them back in a pocket. Okay, well, somebody do some fucking quick math for me then here real fast, because that's a lot.
I'm just more curious than anything.
Yeah. So the pawn was 90, the Limmerock is 150, the Enumerator's Glove is 35, the adaptive lenses are 100, the Bubbler Rifle is 220, the Granite Plate is 300 flat, The Warlord's Pawn is 90. Did I say that already? I did, yeah. I think that's all of them.
Just use the glove.
Total is 13,075.
1,300?
Thank you.
1,375. Sorry.
A question to the group: do we need all of these items?
I mean, we don't know what we're gonna be able to do with the plate. The shield is useful. This pawn is useful for me. The numerator glove is useful for me, but not like now.
Do any of us have any predilection to be not able to see the sunlight?
I don't think so.
No.
And I wonder, can Shay use that hydro cannon?
Wait, does he? Wait, actually, Shay's not here. I mean, but Shay has a problem with the sunlight, doesn't she?
I don't. Think so.
That's. Shay looks at me and goes, no, honestly, these goggles are just for style.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
It would just. I know. I mean, the only thing that's a real guarantee that would be useful immediately is the shield. The other things could be useful, maybe.
The plate couldn't maybe Shay fix it up?
That's why I said maybe.
Shay pipes up, please, I can fix anything. Little old armor like that, it would look great on Morgane.
I think the best two things in here are the shield and the plate. Like,
Right.
the most useful things in here are the shield and the plate.
What would be the use for you from a pawn standpoint, Warren?
You kidding me? I mean, whether or not you blow your load or whatever the hell you're doing here, I'm paying for it with my money. I'm buying it. You know how often I play this game? A lot. You guys haven't seen me play it though, but if we hadn't beat up Ashtongue the Third, I was gonna challenge him to a game with a full fire fisherman.
Excuse me.
I just like the glove because the only interest I have in the glove is that you think it could count in opposing army? Think that would work? Is that too big a range?
Well, I think it makes sense if you want to pick up the pawn, then Warren. But I think for the good of our group, I'm going to get the shield and the plate armor for us.
No, makes sense. I can't afford it for them anyway.
Miss I'm sorry, old Viola.
Yeah, that's what I like.
I'm sure. Well, Sweetums, let's get the shield, the plate armor, and you promised to throw in some. Was it blood wine, or what was it that you were going to throw in for us? Turnip wine, along with the food.
She nods a little bit at that. So, just really quickly, I believe that would be 7:30, right? She gives you a fucking look. She's like,
and who is going to be affording something like that, Sweetums?
I will.
And without a word beyond that, Saga reaches into like what?
Inner pocket inside of my jacket, yes.
And I would say, like, you sort of just start pulling out handfuls of gold and gemstones and like what looks like property deeds to sort of Warren's trained up. And barely getting into about even like half of sort of your own personal stored away wealth. Old Beola's eyes widen as within only a few moments she starts like counting, and she grabs the huge lens that's above her and like moves it over to the top of her, that big pile of gold, and you can just watch as she sort of counts rapidly, her forked tongue flicking out between her lips as she is extremely interested in this. And then after a moment she goes,
all right, seems like it all checks out. It's yours.
Do you want to go ahead and put this in your inventory or in Morgane's?
I mean, eventually it's going to end up in his inventory anyway, so yes, let's put it in his inventory.
Cool. Give me a quick second here.
Fucking shit.
I'm gonna go up to Warren and counting my coins in my tiny little coin purse.
Warren, can I borrow what is it? 33 coins?
Let's see if we can.
Or maybe if I give you money, she'll give you it for a lower price. Cause I kind of, oops.
No, maybe we can pool together the two that we got and see if we can. I've got 107, and the pawn is 90. And then you've got what?
I've got 117.
Oh.
Oh, interesting. Look at that at-will minor action that Granite played.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah, but it doesn't work though, right? According to this,
Yeah.
it's been damaged, but I think eventually, hopefully, you can repair this.
I was like, man, fucking, because I made these before I kind of knew what the party was going to be. I was looking at these like, man, fucking one of these would be really good for Morgaine. And then you're like, nah, fucking buy them both. And I'm like, oh shit, that's no good. That's not ideal for me.
I pick up the glove and the pawn and the disc, and I'm like, I know you said no haggling, but you know, we got these three things, and me and Erie have 134 gold? 134? Is that right?
What were the 3 items you picked up? The pawn and...
224.
The pawn, Erie's disc, and then I sheepishly kind of pick up the numerator glove just to see if I can get away with it.
The disc?
Whatever
The
the...
Geomancy Stone.
Yeah.
Oh, the Limmer Rock.
Yeah, sorry. I was going off the sprite.
It's very clear that she harbors no affection whatsoever for Erie, unfortunately. And goes,
Price is firm. 240 for them both. Leave the gloves.
We just make that, don't we?
We have 224.
I'll throw in the extra
16 gold.
24.
Okay,
I think
cool.
it's 26 gold. I get you 240, right?
It'd have been 16 gold.
Oh, right.
Quick question, Steel. Do that second part, does that apply to me on the shield?
I haven't had a chance to look at it in a while, so I'm going to come back to that. That one is okay.
I just don't want to whisper you because I'm...
For sure. And then Beulah says to you as well,
There's also a few different books here that might handle the inquiry that you had earlier about mantles. The first one,
she says, and grabs a book from the shelf and sort of slithers over to it and puts it down, and it says, An Inquiry into States of Matter by Theobald Schnee. The second one is Secrets of Stage Magic Revealed and More by Trot the Stammerer. And the third one is Our Occupied Skies, The Guide to the Heaven by Isarn Marquet. She says,
all three of these include kind of an introductory primer to magic, and they all come from extremely different backgrounds, but all three of them touch upon what they have discovered about mantle. I can give you any of these for an additional 10.
I start looking through my fucking pocket.
This is gonna be a fucking situation just like before, where it's like, gotta reforge my dad's sword.
what were the titles of the books? There was the something with the matter.
It was an inquiry into states of matter by Theobald Schn. The Secrets of Stage Magic Revealed by Trot the Stammerer. And Our Occupied Skies, The Guide to the Heavens by Isard Marquet. None of those names mean anything to you as far as you are.
These aren't the only books that I've got on magic, by the way. If you're looking for Killing with Chemistry, The Smarter Solution, or Reusable Friends, Uses for Animate Dead, I've got it all.
Reusable friends.
Reusable friends. Oh my god.
Or there's Divination for Masters, but then you already knew that, didn't you? That one's popular.
No, that's pretty good. It's really good titles.
Air
Office.
Guitar for the Silenced Bard.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wait, would that work? Never mind.
What? Oh, Jesus. No,
We're gonna fucking look back on this campaign and be like, how did it take us 4 months to fucking leave the starting area? Jesus!
We gotta grind boars until we're level 10, and then we can go to the next area.
You're not getting experience for this.
We're getting life experience.
I want all the
God.
books, alright?
Can you go through and name every single book, please?
And then
Oh my god.
And after, because Erie's like, what if we do this price? And then Tiger's offering, but, she looks at Erie and goes,
Sorry, Fairy. You rolled a 0 on your credit check.
Oh my god.
God. No, if I... Nobody has anything to trade then? I mean...
I pull out Mother Dearest's finger I cut off.
That's not good.
I mean, is it not imbued with some kind of magical property?
Depends. What kind of creature is that? Are we talking hag?
Mother Dearest was magical soldier of the Ka.
You mean one of the illumined?
Yes.
3 gold pieces, final offer.
More like 300.
Don't make me laugh. Ha ha.
Oh, please don't make her laugh.
I put the finger back. I'm like, no sale.
It's getting it hasn't been preserved, and it's not doing super great.
Doesn't matter.
It's starting to smell real bad.
It's dried out, all right? I dried it out.
I know, it's not helping the smell.
No, I sort of look at Erie and say, I don't exactly have the funds to help us make the stone, I don't think.
Wow, okay. What do we want the stone for?
Because it's mysterious. We don't know what it does.
We want the
It's
stone...
ruddy mysterious, she says and agrees.
And, what have you
Blow
been
us
able...
up.
What have you been...
It could blow us up.
Well, I know she hasn't... I know you haven't been able to discover what it does so far. What have you learned about it so far?
Its power is nearly limitless. However, it requires a complex ritual, a verbal one to activate, which most people aren't clever enough to do when it really matters.
When you say power is limitless, what do you mean by that?
I mean, it's probably worth more like 10, 20,000 gold pieces, but I'm a generous soul.
Insight check.
Oh
Hell
my
yeah.
God.
Bluff check. Get shit on. Yeah, no. It's a tough fucking call. She looks like she's insisted upon the powers of this thing are unmatched.
Look, we can trust her. This stone is super powerful.
We only need all we need is 30 gold to get all the things. With Saigar's help, we just need 30 gold from some. I could go ask Morgaine. I'm gonna go ask Morgaine.
No, you can take. Oh my god, this seems so silly. You can take 30 gold from me.
Sure.
Gold
This is-
clarification. Did you want me to refund the 50 gold, or is that spent still?
No, you can go ahead and refund it.
Okay.
As you are talking, Warren, the big giant like chunk of slime on the table like grows a couple of pairs of eyes and scuttles.
Oh, he's adorable.
Bonsai slime.
She says,
I sprint away from that bad pun to Morgaine.
she looks at Sire and goes,
Seems like he wasn't ready for that jelly.
Oh my god!
Morgaine, could I have 30 gold from you so we can leave and go to the museum?
I already said you could
sure.
have 30.
What are you guys doing in there? You've been in there like for an hour.
for a
yeah.
while.
We bought you nice things.
Why?
That's because you're our friend and this armor is gonna look amazing.
You're also a tank. You're going to protect all of
That's
us.
true, I just,
You shouldn't yell in the store, Saigar.
That is true. That is true.
Here's your 30 gold.
Yeah,
Thank
man in the corner. Shh.
Cool. With the funds purchased and me and Eerie becoming destitute, we take her 3 books that probably contain no helpful information and both of the items.
Perfect.
And can we leave now?
You absolutely can. For the
Is
love of
anyone else? I thought I did good by planning out what I wanted to do for the shopping trip, but here
we are. That is it. You guys depart with your food stuff in tow.
We basically have months of supply now.
Yeah.
A month supply, yeah.
Months or month?
I would say like month and a half.
I specifically asked for months.
No, listen, I know, I'm with you, but I imagine that you were going to supplement it with a little bit with some of your own hunting as you got further away from the city. And I feel like 2 months travel is also like that's assuming kind of the worst by a little bit. So realistically, it's sort of just enough to get you there as best as you understand.
Fair enough.
Extra weeks on top of that, just to be sure.
Did we spend all of our group gold? I assume yes. I just want to make sure.
I don't think
I
we
thought-
dipped into the group gold.
Oh wait.
Okay.
So wait, what, did
It's like
we
we
have
had 304 floating group gold.
Oh no.
So
I
like
think everybody.
I separated 83 out, and then we had 304 floating in case we wanted to spend it on item.
No, we all spent all our personal gold, and Saigar played the moneybags card, apparently.
Am I giving the Limmer Rock to Erie or to Warren?
That's Erie's.
Fucking granite plate's insane.
Yeah, no, both of those things together is too much.
Uh-huh. Good luck trying to kill me. Oh
yeah, no,
god.
I know.
You look
I am
out,
quite-
alright.
Yeah, and then with your
Oh
newfound.
my
treasures
god.
in
Yeah,
tow-
that's why you said the power's limitless. Jesus.
Wait, what are you looking at?
Look at the Limmer Rock. Okay, this is kind of
Can't
fantastic.
see it actually, oddly enough.
My question is, will Erie use it? And I cannot wait.
Is it showing up in his inventory? I can't see it.
Let
Yeah,
me,
it's in
so
my inventory.
yeah, so really quick, you can't see it. There's only when it pops up for a split second after you close the window, it's gone. So just so you know, Ash, it basically is you have to say a limerick in the heat of battle that kind of matches up kind of what you want to do, and then just give advantage on any roll where the target, whether it's be friend or foe, has to re-roll and take in the second result, and it's a once per daily power, not encounter power. I don't know why it says encounter. Let me fix that.
Nope, too late. It's encounter.
Nope.
It's encounter.
Daily. And the poem on it is a sensual bardess once protested. The swaggering braggarts she detested, so by words, not by girth, did she measure their worth. And for smoothest poets she undrested. A stone born with the same plan was created to find the best man. It prefers brains over brawn, but both can't go wrong when dispatching with cutting deadpan.
Beautiful.
And that's the Limerick.
We should have known from the name. Like, we should have known.
Gary, I think you should have taken that bunny with us.
The Scaffa.
I don't have the money for the money. Or bunny.
Couldn't you have shrunk it down and just pocketed it?
Jesus.
Oh my god.
No, you can't shrink things.
Are we there yet?
Yeah, I fucking... Boy, oh boy. You guys trudge your way back out of the sewers with your new loot in tow. And as I stand it, now let's say fucking real life hour and 20 minutes-ish passed, because you guys were there for quite some time. And I understand that you basically made your way back to the same galleries as when you were children.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay, Morgan.
I'll try. I'll if there's water, for the sake of people that were walking through town, I'll try to splash a bit to get the smell off of me a little.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a really great moment where all six of you just come crawling out of the sewer, you covered in this shit, checking out your fucking sweet new swag, where like Eerie is mumbling limericks under his breath, and Warren is like flipping through books with like one big tentacle arm that like you realize after you turn a page that like the gelatinous cube arm starts to dissolve the non-acidic, proof paper, and you got to like switch over and hold the book with your elbow, and then try to like flip the pages, and it's a real pain. And you guys make your way back up to the Gallerium of Art and Arcanum. And this is the second time that Warren has been here, because in the time between the time when you were first here as children, he also came back one additional time. This is the wrong one, my apologies. Here we go. He also came back one additional time as an adult to sort of see what else, was to be found in this place. Do you want to lead the way?
Yeah. Well, first things first, before anything else, I mean, it's been years, right? I'm sure you're all curious. I'd like you guys to see that door.
Which door?
The giant one at the bottom.
Oh, absolutely.
Down the big, deep, dark hole that we never went down before.
When you were children, it was dark in here until you pulled the hanging rope at the front foyer, and then music played and fireworks went off, and all these continual flame eyes illuminated everything except for the east foyer, the Draconarium, which is still dark. This time, there is no response. A lot of the magic in this place has left in the 9 years between when you were here as children and now. There's still all sorts of like cheap charms and doodads and stickers and all sorts of collections of museum merchandise scattered on the gift shop floor, but it also seems very apparent to you that there have been people in here that were essentially like looters and burglars in the 9 years, where a lot of the once beloved things inside this building are destroyed. The two large gargoyle statues that were on the left and the right hand side of the staircase when you were kids just lie shattered in big stone chunks on the floor, and it looks like they're all there except for like their heads and their wings, which somebody apparently had just taken with them. And just like before, the four wings, the Warfare and Warforged wing, the Draconarium, the Planetarium, when Shay pipes up Planetarium, and then the greenhouses in the southwest corner all continue to beckon to you in the absolute darkness, and Warren just takes you directly into the Planetarium. Does
it do its thing when we come in?
It It tries to. You're still in that dark room where you're surrounded by seats with that that massive globe and the domed ceiling, where it used to depict that clear, starry night sky view, regardless of the weather conditions or the actual time of day. There is a large telescope that lies smashed and broken in the center of the room, and there used to be like a snack cart and other things in here that have since been made off. And you get a little bit of just as you enter the room, a little bit of magic, just like a single like bolt of electricity almost runs through the ceiling, and for a brief moment you hear this extremely jovial voice just filled with love, and it says, "The universe is a mind-bogglingly big place," and that's just, and it just kind of trails off and flickers off.
I remember that.
There are two rooms that you can leave, where the door on the left that is clearly marked exit, and then the other is an employees only door, which used to have gray streamers. That was the mysterious howl. But those streamers look like they've been hacked through as if a sword by some paranoid adventurer. You can now clearly see lead to a set of stairs that descend deep into the darkness.
It's down here.
You know where we are right now?
I do, sort of.
Okay, I'm just gonna follow you then.
It's creepy down here.
No kidding.
This is what.
Was this all?
Do
Was
you
this
have
all
another
destroyed?
torch?
Oh
Starting
yeah,
to-
that's a good question.
Starting to run low, but I got another like 2 or 3.
We should probably pick more up before we leave.
Good point.
Was this destruction
No.
here the last time you were here?
No. I mean, it's fallen apart. I don't know. It could have happened in the past 10 years. Teague was supposedly gone for a long time. I don't.
Has it been more than 10? So has it been really 10 years since you've come back here?
For you guys, it has been.
For you, I mean.
For me, it's more like it's close. I visited it again pretty early, so 8 probably, 8 or 7, something like that.
I think we should probably be. Well, who knows? Maybe no one's in here. We should probably be on our guard if things have changed this much since the last time you were here.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So I think we should move forward very carefully with our eyes open, and everyone keep an eye out for any danger.
Right. I light up a torch as we head further down.
Yeah.
Could I roll a dungeoneering check to see if there's any traps or anything that may have been put in place afterwards?
I think that is an excellent choice. Absolutely.
Who knows? It's been abandoned, but we never hurts to be cautious.
Can I do a perception check to look for anything decrepit that might cause immediate danger?
I think that's
So,
also
like,
a good choice.
Okay.
Good lord.
Second here.
Sorry, what was that, Steel?
Give me a quick second here. I have to roll for something. For no reason.
The things you always wanted to hear GM say.
This is where you miss being in person. You just hear the rolls behind the DM screen.
So I'm gonna skip this scene for the time being, because as you step further down into the darkness, there is another room that you guys pass into about halfway down the sort of set of stairs that leads you down. Warren and Yuri, you've traveled down here before in the past, but unlike before, it's hard for you to notice that even in a very dim light where there's torches being carried, there are cages that are now sort of dangling from the ceiling here in this room that are things that you haven't experienced before. And you sort of hear the sounds of things moving around in the darkness. But between all of you sort of moving very quickly and staying alert for whatever it is that's out there, pretty quickly you move through this room without any immediate trouble, although you certainly have a feeling that it's not going to be quite so easy maybe getting back. And descending all the way down into the deepest part of the hall, it leads to a massive stone cavern. You must be 200 or 300 feet down beneath the earth. And in this room are a couple of things. That is Shay, as represented by a mysterious... there's a couple of things. There are 6 huge statues in this room that are about 15 feet tall apiece. One of them is a mortal family with children. One of them is a very jovial-looking furbolg kneeling before an Eladrin lord. One of them is a group of half a dozen gray-skinned and twisted critters that you don't fully understand. One of them is a bloated, 4-headed demon, and one of them is a snake-tailed man with flame erupting from his head and from his arms. One of them is a green-skinned, bald, and noble humanoid with huge celestial wings and simple flowing robes, and each one has a hand extended. And at the end of the hallway is a door. And this door is beyond comprehension. There is something about it that, just like when you first tried to put your hand towards the crown that Aeolus Ashtung III wore, it feels like even just approaching this is tough. Go ahead and really quickly, my apologies, I'm wrong. Morgaine and Saigar and Eerie, all 3 of you notice that there is very obvious traces of weaponry against this door. Eerie, this is different than when you were here last, where it looks like there was indication that people have basically taken battering rams or swords or magical spells have blasted against this door to try to open it.
Is that what you mean by weaponry against the door?
Yeah, I'm imagining like a big dent in kind of like the base of the statues. There's a part of it that's carved into the shape of Erithus, a goddess, where like her knee is partially caved in as if from a battering ram, where it looks like a small army was down here just smashing away. And it is immense. We were probably talking about a good like 60 feet tall. This picture that you're seeing right now is really a good indication of like your real size compared to this, where it is fully sealed, but just through a very faint crack, you can just see a glimmer of light on the opposite side. And something about this place feels holy and strange to you.
I wonder, instead of brute force, there's some kind of
There is.
spell or incantation, or even just the right word to open.
No, it's the same magic as the mantles. Whatever magic it is that seems to deem you worthy or not, it's here, but it is like 100 times stronger. Javi told us these are one of only like 3 or 4 doors that exist that hold supposedly what the makers, the followers of Moradin, created.
Something that'll only open to the right person at the right time.
Supposedly. But, I just wanted to... I mean, people are free to try. I just had a thought, really. I just wanted to see what it felt like. And I would like to sit down, just for the split second to focus on the magic that Javi had taught me. The simple, extremely basic ritual of portend weather. And I know this isn't how it works, so you can tell me if it doesn't immediately, but I just want to know what it feels like to try and determine like if there's a way to focus it around the area where the door is hiding things.
Oh, I see. No, I get it. But yeah, you're gonna do a couple of things. First of all, you're definitely spending the healing surge, and you're definitely making an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
And I'm curious, when Warren performs these rituals, how does it really look? Because it was all like etching and runes, and he was, precise. He was Argent-esque with it.
Yeah, for Warren, it's magic has always happened in like Warren has always turned his magic into something he can use to fight constantly. He's tied his flourishes and his movements into the incantations for spells. So, as kind of embarrassing as it might be, a lot of it involves just kind of taking a deep breath and letting all of the various, like, bits that he uses a steady stream of Arcana to sort of hide loose. Because when it comes to the monster parts, it's not that he's letting them out, it's that he's keeping them in. So he has to kind of let those loose to sort of concentrate. And if you can imagine sort of Warren actually almost looks embarrassed a little bit, but he's really new to the spell, so after a moment that it doesn't seem to be working, he just kind of takes out his sword, and it looks like he just slashes at the air a whole bunch in very similar practiced motions.
For sure. Go ahead and give me that Arcana check. This is a DC 22. This is fucking up there. I'm sorry, 21. Pardon me.
Yeah. Not quite.
You're on the right track using a ritual in this component to try to understand. Like, the idea was, if there was a place beyond this door that was somewhere different, you should be able to sort of tell what it's like, right? If you, like you said, technically the spell's like, is it raining fire there in the elemental plane of fire? Yeah, I can tell. But in this particular case, like, you feel so close, and just right at the end, that frustration in the sword slashes, it demonstrates this lack of discipline and focus. And there's something about this place that demands a focus, unlike something that Warren doesn't really seem to possess.
I look visibly frustrated and just kind of walk towards the door to see if it gives me that feeling from before.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, wholeheartedly. Like, you go to like reach out your hand to just like touch the door, and just like before, you can kind of feel it like testing your will. And there's something about the room that it's situated in as well, where the 6 statues seem like they're part of it in some way, in ways that you don't fully understand.
Excuse me, Mr. Steele. I would like to give Warren a reroll.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god, it's already begun!
Yeah, would you?
Here it comes!
There once was a wizard named Warren who left all of his enemies snoring. With a flash of his blade, a discovery he made, the knowledge to push the door in.
Are you fucking
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah,
Power overwhelming!
Yeah, just Eerie like pipes up. Holy fuck!
Oh my god,
Yep.
Steel's gonna regret this so much. Oh my god.
No, I don't like it.
Yeah, no, you did this.
Unlimited
You
power.
did this to yourself. You did this
Why?
to
Oh
yourself.
no! Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Inspired by Eerie, instead of the sword slash, I just remember the limerick in my mind and just focus with that force of will instead.
There's something about the cadence that is it's easy to be disciplined when you do this. And there's just a bright flash from the stone that you're holding, Eerie, and then just all of you sort of feel like the burst of magic. And what you see, and I'm just gonna grab this for just you, Warren, 1 second, is that the only way to describe the weather in the place that you are standing, which is really what you are trying to do,
Yeah.
is an echo. There's really nothing more than I can say, other than you know that what is on the opposite side of the door is not any of the planes that exists. It's sort of the absence of such a place. It is the absence of weather.
Just is.
It is clearly a place that has been designed to exist outside of the rules of the universe as you understand.
It's not foreboding at all.
And when I come back with that bone-chilling feeling, I just yell, "Yeah, that's right. Fuck you, Jobby. You know, since fire and we don't think the ritual will be useful." Yeah. Smug grin on my face. It's maybe the most unnerving thing I've ever felt, though. It's really like they say, like, the mantles break the rules, right? You can't mix arcane and divine magic, and whatever's in here breaks that too. Planes all have meaning, but this, and they reflect off each other and they exist for different purposes, but this just is. It just is because it is. I don't know. Anybody else want to crack at the door? I had my victory lap.
So to give you kind of a mechanical sort of behind the scenes here really quickly, you can choose to roll your legacy score to try to open this door because you are destined for it. One time, and one time only over the course of the entirety of the campaign. There are no rerolls for things like legacy checks, thanks to the Erie's. This is a very special roll.
It's used.
Yeah, it is difficulty 22, which most people can't actually do, and the difficulty is reduced by 1 for one of each of the 6 statues that is in resonation with the door itself.
So the more that resonate, the check goes down.
What were these? Their statues are in the room, right?
There are 6 of them, yes.
Could you describe them for us?
There is a mortal family. There's a couple that has a bunch of children, who all look smiley and happy. There is a jovial furbolg who is kneeling before an Eladrin lord. There is a group of half a dozen gray-skinned and twisted-looking creatures. A bloated 4-headed demon. A snake-tailed man with flame erupting from his head and arms. And a green-skinned, bald and noble human with huge celestial wings and very simple flowing robes. And every single one has a hand extended. And you were reminded of a moment when you are children where there was a ritual when you were escaping the Ka that it feels like it's similar.
Are you talking about the Zagelbite ritual?
I am not.
Was it the 4 torches?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, there was when we were. Yeah, I think that's sort of.
It's the only
The
other
4
ritual.
torches that we failed on the way out because we were running, right?
Mhm.
I wonder if this is similar in some ways to the paintings as well when we were coming into King Aeolus III, where we have to align ourselves to each of these statues.
But of course, if anyone would like to simply walk up to the doorway and try to roll their legacy score, you can certainly do so. But like I said, it is a one-time ever.
I don't think we are ready to do that. That's my personal opinion.
Nah, I feel like fucking wild. Like, nah, let's do it. I'm gonna roll a 20.
I think I've only rolled 20s today, so let's go.
That's fair.
No, I'm not going to. No.
Does
Yeah,
the
I'm not going to yet.
statue, the Eladrin Lord, does it look like anything of the depictions of Corella?
It does not. I mean, Coralon can sort of change his appearance and sort of gender whenever they want.
Yeah.
But it does not appear to be a depiction of the god because it doesn't have like the sort of standard like very very well shaped longbow and longsword that he's famously known for. It's famously known for, and like the long flowing hair that flows around Coralon's waist.
I mean, this is one of those things that's driven people mad for centuries in the world, right? Like, bonds mages with resources and time and connections have devoted so much to trying to get these open. We could be here for a long time trying to figure it out. I just wanted you guys to know it's there, and you know.
Yeah, I'm worried we sit here longer than we were even in the magic shop.
Should we just go up and try to touch the statues?
I suppose I haven't tried the simple things. Yeah. I'm pretty jazzed about earlier.
So
I'll walk over to the family one. Curious about that.
they all have some kind of hand extended?
They all do, yes. Every one of them.
Can I walk over with Morgaine to the family one also?
No, for sure. There's like a slight indent in the palms for each of them, like they are that something is to be set within the palm itself. But there is no. They're all irregular shapes. It doesn't seem like it's for anything. Just like a hollow where pretty much anything could be set within these creatures' palms. And they're all reaching down low enough that somebody of your height could certainly do so. It's one of the children has her hand out, so it's closer to the ground. It's the Furbolg who's kneeling has a hand out. It's one of the many arms of the four-headed demon that sort of snakes towards you as if like clutching towards your chest. It's all very clearly like your like chest height.
It looks like keys are needed.
Yeah.
Given how old this is, I don't think it would pertain to a particular person. So they tend to make these, I think, out of ideologies or, mechanical stuff.
No, that's
So
pretty
you think?
smart.
So yeah, a physical key then, like an actual.
Well, it would make sense, right? Like the door still gives off that feeling that we've dealt with before. And it looks like something, and he's gonna run his fingers along the center. Not that he can feel it, just to, as he's talking. It looks like something would fit in here.
I just don't know what. I mean, this one's clearly a family, right? And families related to. If we were going gods for some reason, because I mean, this is the Eriphis is on the door. Family's Moradin, but I don't know if there was a key related to.
You know what I'm confused about, and maybe like Shay or Warren or Cavius, maybe you guys you're good with this type of stuff, but was this built under High Helm or was High Helm built on this?
The size of the chamber, and you could certainly confirm this with the dungeoneering check, but it certainly suggests to you that this has been here longer than the city would.
No, because the king, the second, the architect, he was given a. The what'd you say?
She.
Yeah. Was given a mantle, and that's how the city was built so quickly. It would make sense that it was built on top of this, I think.
It's interesting. It's almost like it's the city's made to protect this.
Well, maybe.
Could. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that small people have been chasing the magic of mantles for years. They're crazy.
Well, I'm not sure there's much we can do now, but knowing this exists is, thank you for showing us, Warren.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for showing us.
I don't know if
And
I don't know if we have the expertise to get past this right now.
No, but Cavius or Sagar, do you guys have any paper?
any
I do.
No,
I do have some.
I don't.
I've done this before when a cogs or piece comes out and I need to go to a blacksmith, I trace it. So then if I ever find something that fits in there, it's really easy because I just match it up to the trace. Maybe we should do
trace
like the
we should trace all
yeah,
the six
the gem
of them
thing. Yeah, just so then if we find an item, we can like match it, and then like a little note of which statue.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a really good idea.
No, I'm gonna create a piece of paper, and I'm gonna draw each statue.
Doesn't
Nice.
With my
does that
beautiful
disappear
artwork.
after a certain while?
Yep.
I was gonna say
Sure
I
does.
have Erie. I do have paper on me.
Morgane, would you go ahead and give me a dungeoneering check real fast?
Got you.
Difficulty 13.
No.
Cool.
I mean, I have the paper. Could I do the same check, or are we not doing?
Oh, no. Well, for sure. If you guys are both tracing the same thing, absolutely. It was
Yeah,
something
like,
that you
mine
might
was
have
more
noticed
like-
whilst you were doing it.
Yeah, I wasn't doing. I was suggesting something.
Could
But I'll keep
I?
Cool.
Oh wow!
Could I
Enjoy
attempt
that.
Could I attempt a religion roll to see if I could relate any of the different
Oh,
statues
hell
to any of the
yeah.
different gods?
Absolutely. DC 13.
Yeah.
They do not represent the gods. They represent the planes.
Oh, how
Whoever
interesting.
had built the museum built it specifically under the wing of the museum that would educate people how to open this door.
This
Oh,
is
that
underneath
makes so much
the
sense now.
planetarium. We're underneath the planetarium right now.
Oh, hold on. No, I've got. I. Let me check my brain. Also known as my notes.
His
material
mind
plane
palace.
for the family,
His
the
mind.
Feywild for the
palace.
Eladrins.
Yeah.
The Nine Hells for the demons.
Yeah.
Shadowfell
Grace.
for the gray people.
Snake-tailed guy with flame from his head and arms.
The
Where's the city of Brass located?
Elemental
in the
plane of
Nine
fire.
Or
Is-
yeah.
celestial, infernal, material. Wait. No, hold on.
Is there something for the far realms?
The what are they called? The inner plane.
No, this is the abyss.
Oh, it was specifically the abyss. So could it be the plane of fire?
The
'Cause the abyss
elemental
is-
planes,
The
correct.
Elemental
elemental
planes,
planes.
yeah.
Yeah, the inner
They're all
planes.
one. Yeah.
So it's Feywild, Shadowfell, material, elemental, celestial, and infernal. Whatever the demon was.
Correct.
Oh,
Close
okay, okay. So that's the cosmology.
That is
Yeah.
the cosmology. Yep.
Okay. No outer planes. It's separated into celestial and infernal.
There is, even though when you were traveling through a portal and there was a giant eye, like you were inside this horrible monstrosity, it might indicate to you that perhaps there is like a far realm of madness out there somewhere. Nothing that is recognized in popular cosmology is to the best of your knowledge.
Okay.
And certainly not represented by the 6 statues.
So what?
Thank you, Cass!
So what would represent the planes then? Like the material plane, the elemental plane. Is it just
We obviously don't have to go to each one and collect some magical thing from each one before we can combine them all.
Oh, we probably have to find the purest form of that plane and bring it back here.
Can I just wait. Now, who was born in the Sagar, can you come sit in the hand of this family? I mean, that'd be really funny if it was just, you're from the material plane.
You want me to sit on the statue?
Yeah, just, if it looks stable.
Sure, I go over and sort of sit on them.
As you put your hand into this child's hand to like lift yourself up, you feel just sort of a spark. It doesn't last long enough, but it just like as you hold the hand of this statue, just a bit of light just ripples up the arm of this statue rather, and then it remains still. But certainly you are correct that something from the material plane. It seems like anything would do the trick.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. This is going to be really twisted. I'm going to go see if the infernal one has the same response to me.
It does not.
Okay, good.
Extend your hand and reach out.
Alright.
No response. But like there's something about the 4 demonic heads of this creature that leer at you that gives you the fucking creeps deep down in your soul.
Saigar, could you put Mother Dearest's finger into the elemental one?
Oh
my god.
Sure, I do that. I take my
You
I knew this finger would come in handy
You
someday, my
watch
friend.
as soon as it is deposited in the hand of this statue, color flows through it, and no longer merely dull gray stone. For a brief moment, you can see the reds and orange hues of the flame as this creature, now very clearly some kind of salamander from the plane of flame, takes on like a life of its own. And like its head almost turns to look at you for a second before you realize, no, it is just a statue, and it's still while the finger sits there, and you can just sort of feel almost like an aura that something has been done correctly. There's like a long distance sound of like a Zelda puzzle click.
Listen, friends, I told you, there's a reason for my madness.
I can't believe
Yes. This is
And then
simultaneously the best thing and the worst thing that's happened all night.
The hand of the statue curls in and holds the finger in now a closed fist.
So...
The difficulty to open the door is now DC 21.
Do we... Wait, no, hold on. This can answer a question. Do we have the fruit?
I have some rotten fruit.
Shay does.
Shay, like, pulls it out from her mouth where she's eating it. She's like, "Where's mine, though?"
I mean, Warren, you can have the rotten piece I have still.
That's fine. That'll work. Just I try it in sequence on anything except the material plane. So I try it on like the celestial.
When you place the fruit in the palm of the angelic figure, it closes around it, and Shay gives you a look like, "I knew it was delicious."
I mean, the piece I gave Warren was rotten, so...
Yeah, and just like before, like this extremely majestic winged humanoid, it's like the wings stretch out from its back for a split second before you realize that no, again, it is just a statue, and the fact that the hand does close around. Difficulty to open the door is now DC 20.
It's celestial. The fruit is from the celestial plane of existence.
And you guys didn't want to trust Vale.
Still don't trust him.
Fucking, he's obviously like watched over by the gods.
Or at least oh. I mean, we can put anything in the material plane.
You're assuming, by the way, that good is aligned with the celestial plane. I'm just saying that's a lot of presumption right now.
That's true.
Could I put one of my arrows into the material plane of the child's hand? I shall go and do that, actually.
You will or will not.
I will do it.
Yeah, exact same thing. All the kids, like, they turn and they, like, look at you with big smiles on their faces, and then the head of the man bows a little bit, but it doesn't know because it's a statue, and then the hand curls around the arrow. DC 19.
Still a rough roll, though, gentlemen.
So the statues keep whatever we give them. So Eerie, go sit on the Feywild statue.
I think it's...
Give you a glare.
Listen, you're used to being a statue. You're
No,
Okay,
hold on.
Before you start sacrificing our friends here.
Eerie, you can make a clone of yourself. Eerie, you can make a clone of yourself. Put your clone on the statue.
What was that?
That won't work.
Why not hair? You know, you're from the infernal plane. You haven't lived there, and they need a sacrifice. Why don't you put a piece of yourself that you could grow back?
You know, that's kind of fair, though.
Your silence is disconcerting. Did I insult your hair?
He's always
Cavius.
been really particular about his hair.
I was talking to you, Cavius. Like, straight at you.
Oh, I'm not Fey.
No, but infernal?
I mean, I tried to
Did we already
touch...
do infernal?
Well, no, we didn't do infernal, but I tried to touch... I figured, like, my demon blood might do something,
Yeah,
but when
but,
I
like...
touched the statue, it didn't resonate with me.
It did not.
I tried to do what Saigar did. I touched the statue, but I didn't feel any resonating energy. So, I mean, my bloodline, I was supposed to be... I mean, look at the color. I'm not bright red, so, like, it's supposed to be relatively diluted, at least according to my parents. But...
Oh, this actually, this might answer some questions. I'm gonna go around with a piece of Morgaine, and I'm gonna put it in each one to see if it resonates in any of the planes.
Of the remaining ones, right?
Of the remaining three, the Shadowfell, the Infernal Realms, and the Feywild, it does not at any of the three.
Perfect. I was just curious.
I mean, Shay could.
Shay could her hair in the
Shadowfell, right? Yeah, maybe a piece of Shay's hair.
Do we need to make a diplomacy check?
Seeing as Zek is not here.
Shay gives you a look and is like, I mean, I'm not letting you take one of my fingers.
How about your hair?
You owe me big for this, she says, and walks over to one of the statues and basically pulls a knife out from a pocket somewhere and just cuts like a couple of strands and sets them gingerly in the statue's open palm, and that just flicker of color moves through it. She goes, "See, didn't work."
The flicker of color moves through, but it does not close his hand.
Yeah, there's like she cut like 2 strands of hair and just sort of set them gingerly into the palm, and like one of them sort of drifted off and a little spark of color. But not.
What if you cut off like her entire ponytail?
I don't think no.
That to me does not happen without Zektir.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Shay says. I will do that if you give me first dibs at whatever is beyond that door.
That's even more dangerous.
That's terrifying.
So we just need to get something infernal, something fey, something Shadowfell.
Hang on. I'm gonna message him. You guys ponder that.
Oh my god.
Do you have anything, Yuri, that could do Fey?
I still think you should try your copy.
That won't work. Want to see why? And I'll make a copy in his hand and assume nothing will happen. And if something
does
done is up, yeah.
You still have the mushroom?
Oh God. That
Warren.
would that be fat? I mean, the rotted, non-usable, disgusting
Yeah, I don't
mushroom?
know. I just thought maybe if it was Fey in nature that answers some questions about Teague. I doubt it.
Mycofungal hive.
Warren, we have a bag. Remember the bag of flower buds? As we were
Oh
told.
my fucking god!
Oh!
Oh!
We've got
Yes, the
buds
seeds!
from all.
The seeds!
we've
He
got
said
seeds
some.
from
He
all
said
the
somewhere
different
from the
types of flowers.
Feywild. Yes.
We've got Feywild and we got Shadowfell flowers and Infernal flowers in that mix.
I hate this campaign! Why did I make this?
Alright, cool. Well, I guess we'll use the bag to break Steele's narrative and...
We don't have to use the whole bag.
Wait.
We just have to use one of each of those, and we
Yeah.
still have plenty left over in that flower bag.
Alright, cool.
What were the stashes we had gotten? We got the material plane.
We still need to get Shadow, Infernal, and Feywild.
And we have flower buds, all types of those three in the bag.
What were the three we got?
Material, celestial,
material,
and
yeah.
Elemental.
And Elemental.
elemental.
Okay, so there wasn't an abyss.
No. Cool.
Yeah, go ahead, Warren. I mean,
We-
after all, this is a communal bag of flowers for us.
No, yeah, sure, certainly. And I fish around for the clearly labeled flowers as per the item's description and plop one on there.
You're just digging the knife in at this point. You are twisting
You-
the knife in his back.
You do absolutely find one that is clearly marked danger, Feywild plant, do not plant. And you remember seeing it as being one of the sort of things that was listed as being in the greenhouse upstairs, and pop that bulb into the hand of the furbolg who's reaching out, and same thing, it just closes around it. And you can kind of continue to cycle through looking for one that's marked infernal and kind of pop a couple in there, like hoping anything, but nothing really goes through. And as you have done this, Shay very quietly, having sort of drifted apart from the rest of the group, steps back from the statue that is sort of the weird, twisted, gray-skinned and twisted creatures, and you watch as sort of the hand closes around whatever she had set into the palm of this creature. And she sort of like rubs one of her fingers where a ring would have once been, with a little bit of nostalgia. She goes, "Got it. So just one left, right?"
Yeah.
So we're at DC 18 now.
17.
17.
17.
We
The
don't.
last one is the bloated four-headed demon. I wonder if I can get a picture of him real fast. I think I've got a sprite for this guy. Hold up.
We don't have to go through with this immediately. But it's certainly.
Just so you guys get a little bit of an idea of kind of what we're talking about here when I'm referring to this big, bloated, like four-headed demon, is he looks a little bit like this.
Oh.
God.
You know that to be a pit fiend.
Look at him with his crown and his foreheads.
Kind of reminds me of the skeletons on Neo X Death.
Look at him. I don't know if we got anything infernal.
And honestly, even with the DC 16, I mean, I can't really be in character when talking this because this is meta, right? But even with a DC 16 check, it's still a pretty rough roll for us.
Well, the only metric that the characters really have is the oppressive nature of the feeling of the...
Right.
And we can feel it lighten, but it's still hard to really piece together.
You are correct, Ari. I don't think we're ready for what's beyond the door, but will we get another chance? Given the fact that we're about to embark on a 2-month journey.
I don't think we can chance it. I just hope we didn't just make it easier for everyone, because someone walked down here, walked through the door, it would suck.
They still need a legacy. They need to. It looks like you need to be someone of great importance to open this door, Morgaine. I don't think there's many people walk around like that.
Shay pipes up. Listen, I did not give away a piece of my childhood so we can turn around and walk away. If one of you doesn't try to open the door, I'm going to.
Just one. Okay, it didn't resonate, but I might as well try. Who knows? I mean, I feel stupid if I didn't at least try. Warren, can I borrow that dagger you just bought?
Oh, are you gonna bleed yourself?
Yes. Just give it a whirl. I mean, like I said, the statue didn't resonate. It probably won't work, but we should try everything possible if we're gonna risk it, right? So I'm just gonna give it a whirl. Like I said, the statue didn't resonate. This probably won't work, but I'll just make a little cut. It won't even be that much. But they say I keep being told as I was growing up that I had infernal blood. I don't, but like I didn't get a feeling. I'm just gonna try it. So I'd go get Warren's dagger if he'd let me use it, and I'd make a small cut, and I'd in my palm, and I'd squeeze my hand. I'd squeeze blood onto the statue of the pit fiend.
You take a point of damage.
Yep.
Like as soon as one of your drops of blood touches the hand and sort of just fills the. It's about like a fairly large. I'm talking about like cereal bowl-sized divot in this hand. Your sort of single drop of blood hits the palm, and there's that little brief spark of color as it does flicker through the statue, and the pit fiend, like the eyes gleam red for a brief moment, but there is no other response. And just like with Shay's hair, and Saigar's touch, it's not enough.
Well,
I mean, Thaddeus, do you really need all your fingers?
No, I guess I'll try. Especially with what Shay did. So I'll give it a chance here. And I'll try to walk up to the door. And close my eyes. For everyone, I need to roll a 14. Nope.
Well, that's with his bonus.
Yeah, he needs
rolled an 11.
to roll at least a 14. He rolled 11.
Yeah.
Oh,
Morgaine, you sort of step up to the door and just like before, just try to reach out, and it's almost like a force that pushes back against you. And despite the fact that you would grit your teeth if you had any, and just muscle through like you've always done, there's something about the force of the enchantment here that absolutely denies you in a way that you now sort of understand how your companions had felt there temporarily, where they just were totally unable to sort of touch the powerful objects from Yolas Ashtung's tomb. You are denied is the most blunt word that kind of comes to mind as you start to describe the phenomenon. It is like you are actively trying to sort of test your will against another entity of some type and are thrown aside.
I don't know if anyone else here has enough.
It's difficulty 17. Anyone could succeed. One roll ever.
One roll to rule them all.
For the entire game, yep.
My legacy is 2. I am waiting.
So you would need... I actually needed, because... Well, it added half level. Is that intentional? So that would have been a 14.
Oh, it's not. It shouldn't be adding half level, and I will fix that after this game.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm so sorry. I'm a liar. I guess it is intentional because I can't fix that without giving you guys all brand new character sheets. So I will just adjust DCs over the course of the game accordingly. That is
okay.
Wait, I think mine isn't adding half a level.
Why don't you roll and find out?
This doesn't count.
This doesn't count. You're gonna roll a fucking 20 if you
No,
say
don't.
I don't care.
Yeah,
Don't,
if you do
don't.
that, yeah,
Okay,
if you
alright,
do
go
that,
ahead.
you are gonna roll a
Alright.
20.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, test
No,
roll.
I'm just testing this.
Test roll. Yeah, I got you. You dumb.
Oh, it
motherfucker.
does at half a level now, yeah.
It does at half a level. Yeah, no, that's fine. So
You wouldn't have made it,
it's
yeah.
one
It just
DC higher
doesn't
than.
show it on the sheet.
Yeah,
So
it
it's
started.
18.
Yeah, so it started 23, so the difficulty is actually 18.
We just have to add half a level to every time we level up.
Yeah.
You know, I
feel like maybe we're not ready for this.
just don't know what it's. Why is this gated? Like, what's it related to? That it feels like pushing beyond. You know, like people in history have basically ascended. You know, I'm not that knowledgeable on these things, but people like Cord and Valen the gods would like, especially. I mean, everyone knows Valen used to just be mortal. You know, for ascending, Cord's not that much different. Maybe this is sort of similar. People
Oh,
destined
we can
for.
always come back for it.
But why does. What forces deem that we have to wait? What is this power that deems worth?
I'm not sure, but do we think we could have this conversation walking? Because I'm not sure if there's much more we can do down here, unless someone else wants to try.
I don't feel ready. I'm not going to try tonight.
Because I'm
Jake.
serious. If you're not, I'm not gonna leave. I think you're right. I think that if we just leave these stuff down here, it's not gonna like let it go. People have been trying to open this door. If we're just gonna make it easier for them.
Then do you want to try, Shay?
Out of game, this is what Shay would say, but without Zekt being here, I'm not fucking comfortable doing the role on his behalf. He didn't respond to.
Yeah, I'd feel bad if. Yeah.
For sure, but that's.
Or
we would pick up the game.
Or listen, like it's 11:35. We can pick up the game right at this moment next time we meet.
Yeah, but is Shay the only one who is attempting it?
I am definitely not attempting.
Kyvius is not attempting.
I'm trying to decide. What
he wants to figure.
I know what Warren would do.
I do too.
Join me, Warren. Join me in the Outside Kids Club.
Whether or not this force deems me worthy, I've went my whole life doing what I could with basically nothing, so if I have one more enemy against me on top of everything, I'd rather know. And I'm gonna roll.
Yeah, Warren takes a step towards the door, reaches out sort of your normal hand first, and then with a moment later, like your sort of tentacled arm, and just does everything that you can to sort of step forward towards.
I have the same bonus as Morgaine now.
You're better.
Holy shit!
Oh,
there it is.
Oh boy,
there it is. There is a very strange feeling of like dread for a moment as you step towards it, and all of you hear a sudden like rumbling as you turn and realize all 6 of the statues just start to crumble to stone. And as you sort of turn back towards the, you realize that blue light running from around its ankles all the way to the top just like cuts through the doorway perfectly, and it doesn't open. And a moment, like you just blink, and you look, and you realize that Warren is gone.
That's the worst outcome.
So Light and Warren's gone.
Correct. I'm not done though. I know it's late. Do I have a couple more minutes here, guys?
I got tomorrow off. Go.
Cool. 1 second. I need to write.
Fuck, what happens if we all needed to succeed? I'm fucked.
Where are you? Here we
I'm
go.
so hype about that.
I don't know. My heart is fucking exploding.
Warren, you feel like you are sort of adrift somewhere. You are in a just a place of total and absolute darkness, and you can feel the presence of sort of other people and other things around you. Oh, fucking Shay just said he'd roll it. Shit, that's fine. That's fine. And you feel like this is what it must feel like to die, because you are drifting in a place sort of between life and death. It's like the realms of the afterlife are existing on the surface. You feel like you are deep beneath a magical ocean. It's a very strange sensation. And then behind you, a moment later, a light turns on. It's a street light, and you find yourself once again on solid ground. And looking around you, you sort of start to realize that when you look all around in different directions, there is a physical world here, but it just sort of trails off the more that you look out into the darkness. And there are 6 other large doorways that sort of drift around in this darkness. And for those of you who are like, oh, it kind of feels like ZecQuest, it does. It is very much the exact same idea in a very intentional way, where this feels like a place sort of between the realms that exists in like a pocket dimension almost. And as you start to ponder this, a couple of things happen. The first is that the sky ignites in color, and you see that exact same image from before, when you were in a cathedral where Erie was, where there was the portrait of Erithus dying, right? Heart held in her hand, um, and you can see that she is like huge gaping wound in her chest, and you hear a couple of words echo. There's like the sound of thunder demanding an answer, and then a moment later you hear a response, and it is very simply, nor I. And then there's a thunder crack and the world trembles and shakes, and you see that Erithus lies dying with this gaping hole in her chest, and she is beautiful beyond words, and so incredibly vulnerable, and there's this massive injury in this deific chest, and you can see that she is dying and gasping for breath, and it feels like 100 years passes as you watch this, and she's looking for aid from anyone or anything, any entity that would help her, and it feels like she's left alone. And then this massive shadow, huge and black, large enough that it blots out the sky, like sort of comes into frame, and she looks up, eyes full of terror, towards this huge black shadow. And you watch after a moment as the shadow begins to shrink down and grow lessened. And Erithus, the goddess, like chokes out, like, please help me. And there's no response for a very long time. And then you hear the sound of another creature as if in pain, and you see a hand hold out a heart that it holds in its own hands. And you can see that this hand that is holding it is green and webbed between the fingers. And Erithus takes it gratefully and goes, are you going to be okay? And it responds with, everything's fine, don't worry. And then a moment later, the image vanishes, and all of a sudden there are 3 individuals who step forward, and they are all of totally different description. there is an old man whose leg wraps around his feet with a golden halo around his head. There is a powerfully built-looking knight who, like arms folded, gazes upon you appraisingly. And there is a creature that defies description, wearing a golden mask, where the bottom half of its face is all purely tentacles. And as each of them step forward, they each present to you an object. And in perfect unison, they say, choose. And the first creature that steps forward, the one that has the long tentacles for a face, just like holds this mask up and lets it drift toward. And he says, I promise you knowledge, stripped from those who are undeserving. I will lay bare every secret in this world and answer every question that burdens your mind. You will take the knowledge that your foes seek to conceal from you. I am Malefix, and I am the devourer of intellect. And then a moment later, the old man reaches up to the halo that floats above his head and takes it quietly and just sort of holds it out before you. And he says, I promise you protection. I am the nimbus of light in the darkness. I will fill you with courage to defend what is yours. You will be the first to charge and the last to retreat. I am Corona, and I am what you will make of me. And the last man steps forward, and in his hands he holds this massive stone globe where you can see that part of it is cracked, and just this flame, like unlike anything you've ever seen, is like fire. It's almost like looking at a meteor in slow motion. And he says, I promise you an army at your beck and call. I will sculpt an everlasting march of breathless children who serve only you and will see your whims become reality. Your influence will be vast, and no innocent lives will ever be lost under your command. I am Vigil, and I am the Titan Caller. And then after a moment of silence, all three of them again, once in perfect unison, say, choose.
If I look back the fourth direction, which is north, do I see anything?
You do not. But I think it is very telling of Warren that he does exactly that. No, they all shine under the street lamp where it feels like a familiar place. It feels like this is almost like you are in one of the many city streets of High Helm, where this place has the energy of the town above it. It's a place of civilization.
Can I had a small problem whenever the shaking a little. The globe, the Titan Vigil on the right.
Vigil.
It said,
Mm-hmm.
Did he say breathless children?
Breathless children who serve only you. He is the Titan Caller. And no innocent lives will ever be lost under your command.
Because you'll have an army that is not alive. And the band North said that it would allow me to lead the charge.
Correct. And then there's Malefix, and you look at the golden mask with the tentacles around its mouth, and imagine yourself wearing it. And there's something about what he said, like lay bare every secret, answer every question that burdens your mind. You will take the knowledge from your enemies that your foes seek to conceal from you.
Yeah.
Devourer of intellect, Malefix, and Vigil, and Corona. And another 100 years passes while you ponder this decision.
Just step back.
Just be Warren. Just be
Yeah.
Warren.
to step into Warren's skin.
Another 100 years passes. Ash finishes the recap.
Oh, low blow.
Oh, brutal.
He's just mad I used a bag of flowers earlier.
God damn it! That was good, man.
Yeah,
Dumb.
that was, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
I'm sorry, don't want to ruin the moment here.
No, let's be honest. All of what Warren does is because he wants to, you know, save a lot of people.
I think that's in character for Warren.
Steel, did you just pig?
Nope.
Yeah. Let's go Coral on
Do you mean Corona?
Corona.
As you step forward one more time, you sort of hear the same speech in your head. Protection. The nimbus of light in the darkness. I will fill you with the courage to defend what is yours. You will be the first to charge and the last to retreat. I am what you will make of me. Corona.
Feels right.
And you take a step forward, and the illithid to your side just like tentacles curl and twist in displeasure and spits at you and goes, "This world is more broad than you will ever understand." And the knight shakes his head a little sadly and says, "Protecting the lives of thousands is so much more important than protecting the life of your own." And the old man with the beard wrapped around his ankles takes Corona and sort of lets it drift towards you, and it floats almost of its own accord up towards your head. He says, "Don't listen to them. You have chosen perfectly." And then a moment later, the world goes black once again, but not before you notice that one of the sort of the 6 shapes that's sort of floating around, there's a beam of blue-white light that cuts down the center of the doorway, and you feel yourself drawn to it. But not just it, you know that you certainly had the power to any of these doorways that you have mastered would be yours to command. But you travel towards the only one that you know, and you find yourself once again back on the floor, outside the Gallerium. And this time, all of you notice that Warren reappears with a halo above his head.
Warren, have you become an angel?
Are you okay?
And the light illuminates the darkness, and that's where I want to end the game session.
Not with the item card. Not with the item card.
Not with the item card.
Man, really wish I didn't miss that roll. That sounded awesome.
That is, I was there, man. Like transported, not just in game, in real life. Jesus.
Oops.
It was really hard between the Halo and Vigil.
Everybody gets a point of legacy. Wild, you get 2.
Yay!
My question is, when were we supposed to open this door?
You're not! Cool. Well, I'm glad we had a fucking game session of nothing but you guys getting fucking magic swag.
We did get a lot of magic swag.
And pissing off the GM, that works too.
Holy ball.
Question though, now does the door just feel like it's
Now I feel
no
better.
longer doing anything?
No, it certainly still has that same sort of like warding vibe for all of you. Speaking in mechanical terms, anybody who has stepped into this place can teleport themselves and all of their allies between any of the other doorways.
Oh, thank God.
Which
I thought it was like we all had to make the roll.
Nah, fast travel portal unlocked. Boop.
which apparently there are 6 and not 4.
6 including this one, so
Okay.
5 others?
5 others.
Holy shit.
I'd assume
What a
one for each of the
roll.
planes.
What a fucking roll indeed. I wasn't gonna do it. The player in me almost made me cough out.
Yeah, it was I wasn't gonna do it either, but you know, when
Yeah.
the DM is like goading you on with a player character, you're like, I guess Morgaine would do it. So what I'm saying is, Steel, you're to blame.
Now the
fucking
real
killing
question.
next week. We're doing like 3 combats back to back, guys. I'm hankering for a fight.
Me too.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, fucking on that note, P.S., by the way, as soon as you fucking step out of here, you can hear the sound of the creatures one floor up beginning to, like, make their way down the stairs. We are basically opening with a fight next session.
And it just sounds like they're
Yeah.
multiplying like tenfold.
Wait, hold on a second. What creatures?
The ones in the
There,
caves?
there were some things in the darkness. in the
Oh,
previous
we kind of
room
skipped
that
past that scene because of our dungeoneering and an insight roll, right?
I mean, I
Sort
just
of.
wanted to like try to make sure we were. I didn't know how fucking long you guys were gonna spend down here. I'm like, man, I don't want to go like an hour over the game session. Let's just breeze through this room real fast.
Thank you all for hanging out for a fucking extra hour.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh shit! I want to see that item card, but is it like gonna be like something where like you give it to Warren and he's not supposed to shoot?
That is exactly what it's gonna be.
Then I won't ask questions about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Could you?
Probably not.
There's one piece of OCD if you could just do for me. Can you get rid of the temporary casino clock, please?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Boom, gone.
Temporary casino clock.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Ah.
It's just driving me crazy because it's not there.
Yeah, it's gone. There you go.
Merci beaucoup.
Oh, also you need to get rid of my wand.
That's true.
Because I
Do I get?
kind of
do I
sold
get
that
Mother
into a
Dearest's
game
finger
that I
back?
could have won.
The wand I made you?
Yes, because we needed an ante to bribe the guy to let us into the vault.
Yeah, there's a whole scene about it.
I know, I just was trying to turn on the guilt.
No, man. You can fucking like. Oh my god. You know what fucking shit Kaz got this game? It's not okay.
Yeah, yeah.
The granite armor is it's like I'm never going to change.
So am I?
Like-
Am I like my real life character? I'm the sugar daddy.
Accurate. Yep.
You have essentially given me DR2 just like period.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I don't mean, I know this sounds like bullshit. These were all made before I knew what the group comp was going to be.
Yeah.
I love this pawn. I know that's unrelated, but it's related to what you just said in the sense of like made before the group comp, but it feels like you made this pawn for me.
Well, I made the glasses for Eerie so he'd look cool as shit, but you guys weren't interested in that. So.
I mean, if you hadn't made them so expensive.
Geez, I know.
And given me a
What a
cool
bull
liver
guy.
rock.
Do you need the glasses? I thought you were able to see without those.
Yeah, he does. It's in case we had like a drow or a goblin or something.
Honestly, the real reason I had to pass up the clay army is because Steel asked us not to have any summons in the campaign.
Oh, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
It would have been fucking your rock summon again. You'd be like, oh, it's been so long.
Or he could have just had his character from our Divinity 2 game.
Also true.
That was surprising to me because I thought I had when I was going in the room and I was thinking about Warren, I thought you were gonna take the mask almost immediately.
So did I.
The problem with the mask is that I don't know, it's tied up in fucking Warren's identity. He's a little bit of a like, well, you know how like whenever Javi posed all that, he didn't press for more information? It's like the mask immediately tells him everything, and it takes away that journey. I don't know, and it seemed evil.
Oh, for sure.
It steals the knowledge from everyone else.
And turning the conversation, hey Cavius, Sai